I have to prove that TJ can work his mind. That's what we're going to prove. As TJ, you back?
No. How are you doing, Cubby? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're doing great.
Nice.
It's a heck of a start to what should be a heck of a day of games, TJ, as things are getting spicy as we move throughout Proving Grounds. We got an upper bracket matchup and a lower bracket bout that both teams are playing for their tournament lives.
You're absolutely right. We've got a very exciting day of games. I had an intro all prepared. I nailed the intro, and then I noticed a little blinking light over there. I was like, damn. It's all over, Cubby. Let's take a look at that schedule that you were just talking up, because, as you said, we do have very exciting games ahead of us. Our first match today is going to be Wildcard Red taking on Resolve. You can see the very top half of the bracket, and I believe we are one tick down right now. Here we go. So Wildcard Red did, of course, knock out 100 Thieves next, 2-0, and Resolve upset Cloud9 Academy 2-0 also, and that's how we're here in a best-of-3 series in the upper bracket. Cubby, you've been really looking forward to this game.
I think it's the top team in Amateur going up against the team that for the second Proving Ground straight has already pulled off the upset of the tournament, Resolve. They acquired Barrage, and 4 out of the 5 players were on Barrage, and if you were a fan of Proving Grounds in the spring, you would have seen Barrage 2-0ing Team Liquid Academy, the number 2 seed Academy team in the spring. They did it the same. It's a rinse and repeat. It's a different blue team, but it's still C9 altogether, and that puts Resolve up against Wildcard Red as someone has to try and challenge the top dogs of Amateur. Resolve has been trying to get that chance all year. They have their chance to do it today.
And we only have one screen for the bottom half of the bracket for some reason.
It's getting wild, that's why.
Okay, well, down here in the wild, we're going to be broadcasting TSM Academy versus Golden Guardians Academy. 2 teams that I don't think either of us expected to be cast out into the wild so early on in this bracket.
They had a really tough quadrant of 4 Academy teams, the other ones being EGA and 100A, who are going through roster changes, but still proved to be a formidable opponent as they put TSM down in the lower bracket. Now both teams playing for their tournament lives, something that I think coming into this tournament, no one would have had either of those teams as, being a bottom 4 team. I know some tier lists were flying around, some rankings, but one of those teams is going to end up bottom 4ing because of that draw, and that's a lot of ramifications on the line, and any hopes of making it through Proving Grounds, making a long run, now has to be done flawlessly, as that one loss has already been expended. Both teams will be looking to make that run throughout the lower bracket.
Let's talk about our upper bracket match, though, because that is, of course, our first game of the day. Resolve versus Wildcard Red. And I want to just take a step back even from this match in particular and talk about these 2 rosters, starting with Resolve. This is a roster, like you said, we've seen here before. They used to be known as Barrage. They got acquired. A little bit of a retooling, but this is the same core 4. And they did the same thing, which is upset an Academy team in the first round. But many people don't have them favored in this match today.
It's a tough task, and the expectation for Wildcard is top 4. That's expected. But when you have a former LCS MVP and LCK champion on your roster like Arrow, your expectations are usually pretty high going into the tournaments, especially given the fact that Wildcard Red, they haven't lost a tournament. They've won everything they've played in so far. Now, that hasn't included the Academy teams, but already off to a rip-roaring start here. Focusing, though, on Resolve. This is a roster, to me, that's very interesting because these players, they had opportunities to take other opportunities from the spring to the summer. And they didn't decide to go with that. Instead, they decided to stick together. These players believe in this team, believe in each other, and find their belief paying off with every win they put on the scoreboard for Proving Grounds, because taking down Cloud9 Academy right off the bat, that's a pretty good start to the tournament. And moving on from there, they could have a chance to knock down another top dog in Wildcard Red, who, like I've been saying, I think Resolve had really been trying to get another shot at Wildcard Red, as the only one they had was, it didn't go their way.
Cubby, do I have your permission to read this quote we got from APA about Wildcard Red?
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Okay, because I don't want to start any wars, but you reached out to APA ahead of time and you asked him, you know, how do you feel about facing Wildcard Red? They're on a real tear. He said, and I quote from Always Plan Ahead, I don't think Wildcard Red is anything special compared to other Academy teams. They have one good player that I'm scared of, but we can easily beat anyone else.
Wow. Yeah, I believe he followed that up with just wants to prove that they are an overhyped team, which APA, he's the one, he always likes to, you know, make things interesting beforehand, and I always do appreciate that. Yeah, before the Rift and on the Rift with, you know, the Nico, the Aurelion Sol. We'll see if we get to see any of that, but I think that this is a team that, given what happened in the spring, the fact that Noorg, a team from Amateur, did win it all, and then we have Wildcard Red come in the second split, and unlike Noorg didn't win all the tournaments leading up to Proving Grounds. Wildcard Red have. And not only have they won the tournaments, they have dominated every single tournament. They're even dominating this one. The first games they had against Hunter Next were heavily in their favor. Hunter Next, of course, did have some roster changes coming into the tournament, but still, Wildcard Red, they're on a mission to make Proving Grounds an Amateur dynasty yet again. And if Amateur has any chance of, you know, taking everything home in this tournament, all those chips, all those chances were put on Wildcard Red going in. So Resolve has yet another opportunity to try and play the upset, play the devil, and knock Wildcard Red down to that lower bracket.
They are a team that consistently punches above their weight class, both in the last season with that TLA knockdown and here already in this bracket. Let's talk about the heavyweight in the room, though. That is, of course, over on the Wildcard Red side. You had a turn of phrase you really liked. You were talking about how this is a team of redemption stories.
It really feels that way for me, as I think Wildcard Red and just seeing how they've come together. I mean, this is a team where at any point in time, I think some of these players have been like looked down upon. For example, Winston on Solo Fide, a lot of people are calling him the weakest link last split on that team. I think that he has come out and proven everyone wrong along with everyone else on this roster. I mean, Arrow, going from being an LCK champ to an LCS MVP, he still wants to compete at the highest level, and he is competing at the highest level in these tournaments as he has been dominating the playing field. And you surround him by other members who, Brandini, was a sub for CLG in the spring, now has a full-time home. Subbing in late, as Doko was picked up by TLA, he was the original starting top laner for this roster, but Brandini has been fantastic in these tournaments. He's played great. Bradley used to go by a different IGN, used to go by Freeze. Now he's someone that everyone's hyping up as potentially the best amateur mid laner and someone that a lot of people are looking at Academy offers for, kind of like what we saw with Five Fire last split. And you just look at everyone on this team, it feels like they've really banded together, put aside some of the negative storylines that would have had in the past and have written their own. That's just has been nothing but golden trophies, gold medals at the end of the tunnel. So we're going to have to see if they can continue that here, because obviously the competition, it is higher, it's tougher, but so far Wildcard Red, they've been up to it.
Nothing but dubs for Wildcard Red, and they'll have to do it again here. Let's talk about the man at the top of this slot here, Brandini, because Coach Cubby, it is my understanding that you have drafted against this man in your CLOL team.
So, Brandini did not have the pleasure of trying to draft against him, but Bradley, I did.
Oh,
and
sorry.
That was very difficult. Bradley, of course, plays for Bethany University, or Bethany Esports, I should say. In the collegiate space, I coach Miami University, Ohio. We played a LAN against him at Gateway. 5 bans was not enough. It's 6 on blue side if you get the first pick something. That guy is just an absolute terror on Melee Champions. And so, first-hand experience with how good Bradley is, and actually surprised to see Wildcard Red banning out some APA's champions away from him, as Resolve is taking away all mid laners from Bradley, as it is just 5 bans thrown at the mid lane already. And guess what, TJ? Aurelion Sol is still on the table.
Yeah, I was going to say that. We are banning out all the mid laners here, but there is still an A-Sol up, and that A-Sol will remain in the cards. The reason we're hyping up this Aurelion Sol,
give me the numbers,
is because APA, I'm going to say the stat, Covey, has an 82% win rate on Aurelion Sol. Across 5 games, it is 5-0 this season. He is terrifying on a very out-of-meta character because it allows him to get out on the map and contest the sidelines very effectively, roam across the map, which is why you see like that Twisted Fate banned away, because that's what APA is known for. So I'm really interested to see whether or not we're going to get the lock-in here, And if they're allowing the lock-in, what Wildcard's plan is to contain APA in this game?
Well, so far it looks like it might be a mid lane kingdom, as that Aurelia taken for Bradley, another champion that's very scary from him, doesn't get his hands on it often. But with Wildcard and how dominant they've been, you get some pretty absurd win rates on the champions that they have. One of the most absurd is actually Arrow, whose most played throughout this entire split has been Aphelios. And in 19 plays, Arrow is 16-3 on that champion. So Resolve, even though Array hasn't been prioritizing Aphelios as much, it looks like Resolve, their game plan, they do not want to get Arrow that Aphelios. Instead will select it for themselves with that first pick, which opens up a very powerful mid-jungle duo for the side of Wildcard Red. And I'm curious if they end up grabbing a Ziggs here on 3, because Arrow hasn't shown Ziggs yet, but with 2 AD, or physical damage characters locked in so far, magic damage is needed, and that could be it. You're getting excited. I see he does this all the time, TJ. Don't fall for it.
It's hovered. Okay, I do want to flag as we're waiting for the hover to be locked in, as I'm sure it will be. That Thresh did get banned out, which means the PCL doesn't have. Yes, he has the Aphelios, but he doesn't have the other part of that duo, which means it's going to be a little bit harder to stay alive as the Aphelios, a little bit more static, especially into the double threat of Lee Sin Aurelia, which is presumably why we just got Trundle Braum, two of the most defensive characters still on the cards.
And this is looking like a similar formula that Resolve used to win Game 1 of their series going up against Cloud9 Academy, which was wait out the early game and get to a point where Array can teamfight. Because Array, he is the youngest, the least experienced player in this game, and on Resolve, he isn't the strongest laner, but man, in teamfights, his positioning, it's very solid. It's so good. And the big key for Resolve is going to be getting to that point in the game. Because going into this, Resolve has the lowest gold diff at 15 in the tournament. At 15 minutes, they're on average down 3,296 gold. Wildcard has the highest. They're up almost 5,000 gold at the 15-minute mark. So early game and getting through that for Resolve is going to be important. And so far, they have a lot of champions that need to scale as Wildcard are looking to blow up that early game with the early picks they've selected.
And as you highlighted with that stat, Wildcard are really good at blowing out those lanes. And one lane that I'm particularly worried about is Arrow v Array, which, as you very correctly highlighted, Array is really scary in teamfights. This entire Resolve org is. They are terrifying once they get into the 5v5s. But Arrow's really scary in lane. Arrow's really good at just winning those 2v2 lane duels before you can even get to the team fights. So I'm going to be measuring how much damage Wildcard and Arrow are able to do to Array, who, as of right now, as of 3 picks into this draft, carries kind of the majority, if not all, of their teamfight damage on his shoulders.
And even though Arrow hasn't shown Ziggs yet, you can see that Resolve still taking away the magic damage characters because they realize that Wildcard does lack that magic damage. They're going to have to find it elsewhere, as Arrow, this is his second most played, a good pick into Aphelios, but instead, something more lane dominant, it's going to be the Caitlyn.
Yeah, definitely a drive to shut down that Aphelios in lane, exactly what we talked about. The Varus would also have that opportunity, but a little less lockdown, a little less aggression, and I think that's what we're aiming for here with the Caitlyn. Well, no, we've gone through the second ban phase. That ASOL is still available, so I'm just getting my hopes up again. I'm just raising those hopes to see if we can get it out of APA. He'll go for the Victor instead, recognizing, I think, what we were talking about, which is kind of all the damage in this game was currently in their AD carry, so they'll have another scaling option there in the mid lane as a result. And we're just waiting on PCL.
PCL's choices, he had his first 2 Ornn games of the split in the last series, as he was put very far behind early, but managed to be impactful as the game went on. And it looks like that's the strategy yet again from Resolve. It's full scaling coming out from them, so our eyes really have to be on Winston in the early game. If Winston is able to just get around the map to do what he can do, that's going to be the danger for Resolve as Wildcard. They still need magic damage in that kit. The Gwen could be a good option for them, as Brandini is undefeated on the Gwen 3-0 throughout all of Proving Grounds. So this is locked in, which it is. It will be the choice for Brandini. Will be what is rounding out Wildcard's composition for Game 1.
So I think we have a very clear identity for both these teams. Wildcard want to get out on the map early, threaten those sidelines, use Winston's Lee Sin as a tool to boost them out ahead, and shut down what is the resolve win condition, which is they still need to be in this game at the 15-minute mark. And if they are, then their team fight is really scary. Then Array and APA have the potential from the backlines of those highly coordinated resolved team fights to just win the game with no trouble whatsoever. But what are the odds, Covey, that they get there versus Winston's Lee Sin, Bradley's Aurelia, and Arrow's Kate?
Low. They're going to be down something. And this is part of what we expected in this matchup. We knew that Resolve against Cloud9, they were going for scaling, because something we've been harping on is how good this team fights. Their ability to take fights in the correct place, to position around those. APA and Array are fantastic at positioning. Fnatic is able to make plays, and PCL, he bounced back very well in those games where he was put very far behind by Darshan and Schernfire, but still managed to pull things together and help his team get the 2 wins in the end. So it's really going to have to be on Resolve. Like, how can they lose gracefully? How can they only be down 2.5, 3k gold to 15-minute mark? Because that would be about on par, on pace for what we expect for these names.
Covey, it's going to test their resolve.
Well done. That's, you know what, TJ, you're always the wild card for me, so.
Good lord. I was ready for it as well. I was going to say that the wild card over on wild card was Winston. I was going to make that transition, but you beat me to the punch. Let's talk about Winston a bit, though. I don't have the pun for it. But you were mentioning earlier about kind of the redemption arc that Wildcard is on. Winston has had a very harsh journey through the League of Legends scene till now. He had a really rough season in the Academy League, and as we get into game, I want to talk about just how dominant he's been here now that he's on a team that seems to play to his strengths, and perhaps now that he's found his strengths.
And talking with Morgan, or ADFX, the coach of Wildcard, he was most impressed with the fact that Winston is not only a good player with a view of how the game should be played for him, but also for his team. He's really good at communicating, this is what I want, this is what we're going to do, this is the game plan that we have. And I think being on this roster, Winston has really come into his own, because on the Solo Fide team, surrounded by seasoned players like Apollo, like Zazel, I think that the community was quick to pick on Winston, who wasn't as, seasoned of a player, wasn't having the best performances. But man, has he bounced back, and he is undeniably, I think, the top jungler that we had in Amateur. And you can't really argue with that, the fact that he has 3 trophies in his trophy case now from the Tier 2s.
I mean, it reminds me a lot of what happened to Mike Young, where in the LCS and Academy play, he was expected to play more scaling threats. Winston on Graves was like all we saw for his Academy season. And now that he's back in Amateur and he's playing that more fast, aggressive style that Proving Grounds has been known for in North America, that is slowly infecting the LCS. I see you, EG. It feels like the playstyle that these junglers who came up through the system maybe a little too early can thrive alongside other players who are of their generation, to use a dramatic term.
We're going to have to see if Winston can do that and can perform to the level that we've seen him perform at in this one. As diving into this game, TJ, looks like mirrored starts for both of these junglers. And for the side of Wildcard, I think all eyes do have to be on Winston, on Daption, to be the playmakers, because you can see how these lanes are playing out. It is shove all across the map. It is a full court press coming out from Wildcard. It should give Winston a lot of space on this Lee Sin to try and get up in the face of Trundle, try and make some plays for his laners.
And so we're paying attention to Winston. The other lane we were watching is down here. Arrow versus Array. As Array is so much of this team's late-game team fighting potential, despite being, as you talked about, the youngest player on this roster. There's going to be a ton of pressure on him, and you already see Winston lurking down there, Cubby.
He understands that he has priority for that bot crab, especially with Bradley keeping back, but just hovering in case Trundle was going to make any creative plays, as it looks like Fnatic did take his red and actually pathing towards bot, so this means that Fnatic is probably going to seed the double crabs, as he's just going for the full clear. He knows that he doesn't have priority anywhere on the Rift, and already advantaged wildcard early.
Yep, Winston sees that second crab cross the ward. Shout out to observers for catching that. He'll just roam up. Bradley and Winston high five in the middle of the map. APA season pass. Let's talk about this mid lane, because APA
didn't like
is...
the high five. He ran away. He flashed away from that high five.
APA, you know, he's being intimidated by this high five, but he's also so much of the damage threat for Resolve, just in terms of raw stats on this Victor.
You see Fnatic now hovering just to make sure that he's not hovering here for a gank at all. Just wants to make sure that APA is able to fix that lane state, as Winston now roaming back over. We see a play attempted, but Winston's here to cover as well.
Wow. Both supports have actually roamed up. Daption's here as well. Hiller is deployed, maybe to try and find an angle onto Bradley, who's poked down during this exchange. But it's just like a three-way high five. Group huddle. And then we're back to business.
Gotta huddle up to make the game plans. As the good thing for Resolve there, as funky as that might have looked for the viewers, it did fix APA's wave state. Now he gets that wave to bounce into him instead of being frozen on Bradley's side of the map. And a Victor with no flash with a frozen lane on him is a mincemeat for an Aurelia Lee Sin. So it was an intelligent play from Resolve to go help APA out as a team, make sure that he's good to go. As TJ, quiet game state early. This is good for Resolve, and I really want to see if Wildcard are able to set up a successful first Dragon and snowball that into a successful first Rift Herald as well to try and take advantage of the fact they have these winning lane states.
Yeah, I think it's very good for Resolve that they haven't seen any of Winston yet. That Winston's time has been spent trying to back up Bradley and mid. I think that's a very good demonstration of how Resolve have been able to influence the map so far and force it into this null state.
I think it's the reason that we also see them selecting the fact that they're going full scaling, right? And taking something like a Felios Victor that's... you have to play well to lose gracefully in the early game to make sure that you do not get blown out, especially by the team Wildcard Red, who has the highest gold differential in the tournament at 15, up nearly 5k gold on average. So this is Resolve, a different style from Resolve. We're used to, you know, seeing them fight around the 3rd, 4th Dragon, that being their strength. Now, they're going late, man. They want the 3rd, 4th Dragon just to try and sneak that away and make sure that it's no soul for Wildcard, because they're learning how to seed everything, learning how to lose gracefully, and then taking advantage of their true strength, which is team fighting at the later stages.
I kind of want a Coach Cubby perspective on that, because this is something that I, as a caster in various games, am always really harsh on. Whenever I see a team not be able to seed objectives, not be able to lose in a controlled manner, it seems like that's something that's very difficult to teach players to do.
It's frustrating, like sitting in practices where you're picking full scaling at times, because a lot of the answers are, you know, like, hey, can we make this play? Or, you know, am I going to make this play? It's just no. And you have to accept that and then find creative solutions as the game goes on to play from behind. And that creative solution, it really lies in PCL's TP. As you can tell, his TP, it's still up. He's okay sacking some CS to keep that teleport up, to have the fact that they can just threaten that across the map. As Wildcard Red going to make their first proactive play of the game, taking away this blue buff.
APA and Fnatic watch on, as it is yoinked away. That was tragic. Pull the Forge Guard does arc through them twice. Winston with the flash to stay alive. Oh, there's a big knock up from the quickness, and Winter's forced to flash over the wall. He's dead. First blood goes to Wildcard. Daption survives on no HP, and everyone will get away. Resolve down a man, nothing in response.
Big win for Wildcard. Not only do they win the fight in a 4v5, but also they get the TP out of APA, who has to go catch this bot wave to make sure that not too many resources are lost on the side of Resolve, because Arrow, he wasn't at the fight. He was just free hitting this bot turret, having some good old free time on Caitlyn, taking those free plates. APA has to go down and deny that, and I'm surprised that Resolve looked for that play. I think they thought that they had the numbers advantage with Array and Winter here, but it just wasn't enough to get out of the powerful early game that Aurelia has.
I mean, you group up, you get double stunned, double knocked up. The fight is just over at that point. Wildcard do a very good job of disengaging. They did spend an awful lot of cooldowns here, so it could have been dangerous if they'd hung around. But they understand how to get out of the fight. Resolve don't really have the tools to chase him down.
That will change as the game goes on, but it's important that Resolve, once again, just doesn't fall too far behind early as Winter.
He's fine.
He navigated the traps.
Wind.
He avoided the trap, quite literally.
Arrow Knows there's someone stealing his ward, but he can't do anything about it.
And as we kind of bounce back from that play, that post play, we really want to keep our eyes on Winston. Looks like he's going to clear his bot side camps here, the red side, but I expect him to make a play towards that Rift Herald rather soon, as that is an important objective for Wildcard, because taking those plates, taking that first brick is important for this team, and snowballing this game forward. They have options of where to drop that, but they have to secure it first. And that will require Daption making a move, and they have a choice about whether or not they want Arrow to follow. So we're going to have to see how Wildcard navigates this one, because that fight was won, because Resolve have selected the team they did, they're going to be the ones that are able to initiate that play. Resolve will have to respond. It looks like they're going to initiate that play now.
Okay. Wildcard looking at all their forces up here towards the middle of the map. Daption and Co rotating up. APA alone, but watching as the kind of hunger line passes by.
And this was spotted on a ward. And the good news for Resolve is that they are trying to crash this, but Daption, even though everything's spotted, they know they can't contest it. They don't have the tools, so Winston just once again gets to solo this out.
You're on a ward, Daption! He knows!
He doesn't
He
care,
has
man.
the critical information.
You see that last grand entrance? I don't think Daption cares about vision. His engages on Recon pretty damn good this tournament. It's a third play on it, carried the first two. Now we're going to have to see what Winston does with this eye, as a love tap there from PCL.
Winston down to about half his HP after that exchange. So, reset across the board from Wildcard. They try to make that roam play up towards the top side, maybe get a little more aggressive. Both it doesn't work, and also it's not needed, because Resolve are not interested in contesting for that top side of the map, and Resolve, as you talked about earlier, know that they are better off the more they seed right now.
This 1.5k gold deficit for Resolve is honestly kind of on the pace, on par with what we were expecting. This is a team comp where you are opting into losing every single lane that you picked. With the Ornn, with the Victor. It's a slow game pace for Resolve, and the fact that Wildcard is up is expected, but the game's not broken yet. And I think that the real important objective for Resolve here is going to be that mid lane turret. If they're able to keep that turret alive, Caitlyn's good at sieging, the rest of Wildcard is not. So it might be a way to threaten them and to make sure that they can't get into your jungle camps and get access to those, which could help Resolve kind of steady out this game, as I expect the second dragon to be seeded as well. As Resolve, they're bringing Ornn down. Brandini doesn't have TP, so there's a small window they can look, but they still can't contest for the gold value.
Yeah, what should Resolve be doing here is the question.
Picking up as many side waves as you can and just stalling out Dragon as much as you can, man. You're just paying. You're going to give away gold for any second that you can take to just get more levels on all the characters you have. That's really where we're at right now for Resolve. Is that everything's going to be seeded once again. They're just going to try and eat these waves. They missed their window to make a play, so everything goes to Wildcard for free.
Rough times over on the Resolve camp, but it was forecasted. They looked at their company balance sheet and made these projections. Steal it, Winter. I believed. Arrow might step a little bit too far forward here. He's caught inside the glacial fissure, but will be able to get away, blowing a flash and a ghost to make a hasty retreat.
It does mean that Caitlyn could be targeted by Ornn ult as the game goes on, but now we see Wildcard trying to make that proactive play with Rift Herald. I said they had options. They could have used it mid and tried to secure the second one, then maybe take the mid tower for free. Instead, they want to funnel gold on the Bradley, make sure he's good to side lane. Is this dying?
No. It almost does.
That was close.
That was very good. Resolve pulling out the MMO strats. Prepping for the new Riot MMO. Able to manage those cooldown cycles almost perfectly.
It's a nice plug there, TJ. We didn't have to do that one.
I got paid for it. I don't know if you're not getting paid for those, but...
Gotta talk to someone.
So that turret down in the bottom lane is now incredibly low, which has benefits for Bradley, who collected all those plates, but also benefits for Arrow, who should be able to collect the turret break gold when he gets back down there.
And this is, once again, about on par, going with the forecast. Usually weathermen aren't right. I'm trying my best here, TJ.
What?
Yeah.
That is misinformation and slander. Weathermen have an incredible record. You have to be a meteorologist. Those people on your television aren't just like presenters. They go to school for that, Cubby.
Not in fall in the Midwest, man. It's you can never guess what's going on out here. But trying to guess what's going on.
You should become a meteorologist and try.
I just slandered something I know nothing about. TJ's calling me out.
My father was a meteor. That's not true. Array is holding the bottom lane, and overall, Resolve are playing safe on the map as wildcard. They don't quite have a weatherman on their side, but they're licking their fingers, sticking it up in the air. And I think from that, they should be able to figure out what's going on for Resolve, which is, hey, Resolve are playing this slow and safe, trying to extend the game. So let's kind of flip the script. We've been talking an awful lot about what Resolve need to do to keep this game going. How do Wildcard start shutting things down here?
Crack mid. That mid lane turret is difficult to crack against Victor, especially with TP. But if they are able to knock it down, that helps get them access to jungle camps, take away those golden resources, and that helps you try and extend this lead. Getting Bradley first brick on this Aurelia, important step towards that as well. As you can see, mythic items are just starting to be finished up by everyone on the Rift, but there's still a couple missing on the side of Resolve due to that gold deficit they have. So Wildcard, they have a point where at these first mythics and the champions they have, they're rather strong at the moment, and they could try and force something. The other issue that's going to happen, though, is that we talk so much about the Resolve team fight, but no one can contest Wildcard in the side lanes. Gwen, Aurelia are going to get out of control in the side lanes, and this is going to be a difficult game for Resolve to win, because not only do they have to come back from this deficit, not only do they have to fish for the team fights, but Wildcard have to give them those team fights. They always have the option to just send Gwen, send Aurelia in the two side lanes, and no singular member from Resolve can ever contest either of those champions. So that's going to be a very difficult thing for them to deal with as this game goes on as well.
Yeah. Rough for Resolve, but I like laying that out for Wildcard. Because I do think at this point, we're at the 15-minute mark. We're kind of nearing the spikes for Resolve. We're kind of getting close to the time where Resolve can step up and start fighting. And, you know, they've almost run the marathon.
It's like if you cash the check, well, like, the money hasn't hit the account yet, you know?
Right.
You got one item, you need two. That's what Resolve is looking at right now.
You're like, no, I swear, I'm good for it.
I mean,
break your legs anyway.
The first analogy I made was, weather, so I had to go for banking next. Naturally, the most interesting topic I could think of afterwards.
Yeah, if you just followed up with golf, we'll have hit the Cubby trifecta.
There it is. One reference down.
Gotta have one per broadcast.
Get the bingo cards out.
Resolve playing in the middle of our map, just pushing forward a little bit more aggressively. As I talked about, they have completed those first items, and so a little bit more frisky for this next Drake.
But while Resolve is trying to take control of this area now, it's still good for Wildcard, because Winston, yet again, gets a free Rift Herald. We talked about the importance of breaking that mid-lane turret. It's an option for it, but instead they're going for Arrow, who still has Flashdown.
Still has Flashdown for a couple of seconds, and he's going to think about it on the grey screen as he's blown up in the middle of the map. And this could be huge. The Drake is up in just a second.
It is, but they have to respond, because there's still the threat of a Shelly in the side lane, them grabbing two turrets off of that, which looks like Winston and Brandini might be syncing up to do, as they want to funnel gold into those side laners, and Resolve, while they get a kill, while they take the dragon, they're going to lose a lot of gold for it.
Oh, trouble! He's pulled out from behind the turret. PCL goes down. Excellent execution from Winston. And it won't quite be this second turret down yet. APA has the wave clear to ensure that. But it's a pretty even gold trade on the map, maintaining Wildcard's lead. The only way it's like a surefire win is that soul win condition has been taken off the table. Wildcard are not going to be able to speedrun to soul completion.
Yeah, given the fact that top inner turret stands, I think overall it's worth it for Resolve. Right? You stall it out 5 minutes, you trade about evenly. That Rift Herald doesn't take the mid lane turret, which I think is a very important objective for Wildcard, and you stop extra gold going on over to the side laner in Brandini, as this is good tracking of summoner spells from Resolve. They noticed that Caitlyn's flash was down. She's dead on the map with her flash now up in the death chamber, so really good punish coming in from PCL. He just takes a bit of a greedy path back. The Rock, he can't walk into three members like that. Wildcard, they catch him out.
Very cleanly picked up by Winston as well. Beautiful Ensac. Oh, wouldn't you see those?
Never gets
See how
old
we
with
go?
these in. Really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We go in the middle of the map with Gravitum landing onto 2. Flash is up for Arrow, so they weren't really in danger, but it's about the message, Cubby.
I believe Daption also has tenacity in his runes there. So he was able to escape that route rather quickly.
He just kept walking.
Yeah, it was well played from Daption, who talked about his reconnaissance really good. Oh, that one comes up short.
Force the flash. Gravitum does nail down Daption on the long flank. Winston doesn't find anything. Winter's now here. PCL as well. Flash blown by Arrow. Oh, he's caught out. Winston ward hops over the wall, trying to get to safety. But in the meantime, Brandini pushes forward and builds space for Winston to get away. Resolve need to play through this choke point, and their damage numbers just aren't there yet.
That was a good setup from Resolve. The fact that that engage did come up short from Daption. I thought they were going to be able to turn it, but APA wasn't quite there. Ornn wasn't able to have the health bar to really tank enough damage for the damage from Aphelios to come out and turn it. But still a nice sidestep and a good juke from Array. We've been very complimentary of Array's ability to teamfight. That's one where sidestepping that skill shot from Daption, that missed engage, it did cost Wildcard a little bit of tempo. They won't be able to knock down this mid turret, which we keep on saying is a pretty important objective for him at the moment.
Doesn't have flash though, so Winston's thinking about it. Array says, mess around and find out. Throws down the turret, sits behind his own. And that's enough to scare Winston away. Nothing more terrifying than a confident Aphelios.
I love the way that Array is managing his guns as well. Having red-white into Aurelia, Lee Sin, Gwen, now shifting over to green-white can help you wave clear, can help you deter any sieging coming in from Arrow. It's something that we look for with really good Aphelios players, and something small that isn't always, taught or pointed out from these pro players, but still trying to min-max everything possible. Array's doing it, even with his gun control here on Aphelios.
Winston, Daption, Arrow in mid, completing a 1-3-1 split on the map for Wildcard. As I don't know, running out of runway, Cubby. Still a 6k gold lead. Yeah, so it feels strange to be saying that, but we're at the 20-minute mark, and we're about to have a very scary team-fighting Resolve on the map. Have Wildcard done enough?
Aurelia and Gwen are huge. So I still think that things are okay, and they can always get priority in the side lanes to get a teleport flank or create a really awkward angle for Resolve to deal with. But if Wildcard are going to go for these fights, still important that they win, because you don't want to give Resolve any more space, because after this point, past this dragon, Ornament's going to start coming in. It's a lot of hitting gold. Aphelios is already sitting on 2 items with that LDR completed, so if he wants to go Infinity Edge next, that can be difficult to deal with, and Ray's actually ahead of Caitlyn on the power curve. As
oh no.
A lethal turret, 22 minutes, but it falls, and that does open things up a little bit for Wildcard now.
Really sad. Array just didn't have the right guns to clear out that wave.
Hey, he denied local gold. Maybe it's Gigabrain.
Oh. Didn't realize we had denies now. Winston in. Flash, kick, wrong direction. APA knocked towards Bradley, but he'll just flash away from that and reset in the fight. And APA's actually found huge damage. Winter's still alive. Bradley with the backlight dive. Finally shuts down APA, but he trades 1-for-1. PCL's now arrived, and Brandini's doing the damage. He's got 3 already. Fnatic and PCL on the run. They will make it back to their turret and survive the exchange. 2 for 3. Wildcard out ahead.
Bradley was able to get into the backline, pretty much trade himself for Victor, and then Array fell down as well at the hands and the scissors of Brandini. And the fact that Wildcard, we talked about the gold, we talked about the strength, it's tough for, they have a lot of tools, Resolve does, but it's still tough for them to really figure out how to posture these team fights at the moment, and one misstep is not enough. And look at Bradley. Everyone's focusing on him at the moment, but he's still able to trade on out, and then Brandini trades out for Array as positioning of Resolve's carries there. Flash isn't available for Array. Wildcard able to get the best of that one thanks to some TPs, and thanks to the strength that those champions have is what they picked early.
Yeah, you're not allowed to run with scissors or run away from these scissors. Brandini just standing in the middle of the fight, and everyone, as you talk about, is focusing in on Bradley, which does result in a 1-for-1 trade. But then nobody has stopped Brandini from just slicing and dicing. Here's the Ray, middle of the map. Caught out a little bit by Arrow. They've not got a turret to retreat to, so this is actually very scary, but Array turns it. He steps up. Fnatic cannot soak this damage. He's got to back away. 1-for-1. Brandini shut down in this fight by Array. Winter already dead, so they need another for it to be an even trade. Daption is going to be chased by a very nice prediction from VCL, but I don't think that will result in anything.
Still wildcard trading up. Brandini does fall, though, thanks to all the damage from Array. You can see that the Aphelios and, once again, Array's ability to control those guns. Infernum plus Graviton. You can spread the roots. Get CC. Open up some more space for yourself. Array's doing this very well. It's really helping Resolve at least try and steady the ship, but this is still all wildcard. And we knew it was going to be that way early game from the draft, but wildcard's ability, they win the fight, and Bradley gets the inner turret in the bot lane, giving him a big gold injection on this Aurelia. And looking at the CS leads and looking at the inventories, Resolve still can't compete with the side laners of wildcard, who were just given a free early game and are doing too much with it for Resolve to deal with and try and come back from now.
Yeah. Array does get the shutdown there, so a little bit more gold inside the pockets of the carries who need it. And we will focus in on that, as it is APA and Array who you need to keep your eyes on in these fights. They're doing damage now. It's scary, but wildcard are keeping their own assassins far enough ahead that Bradley, for instance, is having to run away from APA, sure, but he's also able to run away from APA, despite this being a late-game victor.
APA was able to sidestep the ultimate there from Aurelia.
Really cool.
Nice little move there on Victor. Of course, he did opt for Fleet of Footwork, which did see some changes. Wonder if that extra move speed helped him get out of that.
He's schmoozing, Hubby.
Yeah. As Resolve, difficulty they're into now. They're behind at this point of the game. Baron's now on the map. Their side lanes are getting pushed in, and mid they can't compete for priority. So this Baron dance for wildcard is going to start to get very lethal.
Brandini? Why are you over here? He's kind of caught out here.
Okay.
PCL, though, just half HP'd by him. Brandini's caught out of position, and he wins the 1v3. And this means it's gone from bad to worse. Array has to burn flash just to survive the pressure. It will only be APA that dies, but that is enough for wildcard to turn their sights towards this Baron.
And I don't think Resolve can contest this, but they might have to, as Array had to burn flash in that engagement. So let's see if wildcard can punish the flash being down, or if Resolve even attempts to walk in here as Baron already low.
Already low. Flash of the wall from Brandini to challenge Winter. Baron is picked up. Resolve just have to run. But you've got Daption already on their tail, trying to cut them off. Looks like they're not too interested in chasing, and Resolve will be able to slink away.
This is the style that gave Resolve success against Cloud9, gave them success later parts of PG. But it's too much for wildcard, as giving them the full court press, giving them the Lee Sin. Even with Resolve's best attempts to stall this game out, TJ, it's just not enough against wildcard, who have quietly taken now a 10k gold lead across the map and are looking to shut this game out with this Baron.
And there was a point a couple of minutes ago where this game felt very close, where it really did only need one good team fight from Resolve to turn it. Wildcard didn't engage in any full team fighting. They didn't think they could win. They were very good about picking their fights. And now they've kind of left the danger zone. Tom Cruise is unemployed. And wildcard have this game in the bag, it feels like.
It's all off the back of the scissors from Brandini, as scissors do beat Rock in that matchup up top. And especially when you're granted 6 kills, and you were as fed as Brandini is, he's been doing a lot of work in these team fights on this Gwen. Very difficult for Resolve to deal with. I think a nice R5 pick that really has helped break the backs of Resolve in this game.
Is Ornn a rock? He's like metal, isn't he?
He was for the bit, you know?
Okay.
We're gonna run with it.
Sure, thank you.
It's not Malphite, but we're...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because
like
Malphite's like...
You know? Forge guy.
Yeah, but you don't forge rock. That's not what's going on there, Cubby. I mean, yeah, I suppose all metal is technically rock, if you want to get into it, but...
I made a mistake. DJ will not let me live it down.
Mid-turret will be shut down. That's the inhibitor exposed, threatened, and taken as well by wildcard. Oh, not quite. One more order. Arrow, please. There it is.
All right. Boom. Once again, full court press from Wildcard. The fact they have these two strong solo laners means that they can just 1-3-1 easily as Resolve's base is crumbling and they haven't been able to find and engage. That's the second inhibitor now falling.
Yeah, Wildcard. We're going to take game number 1 very cleanly here as they shove forward. Winston into stasis underneath the turrets. That's a little dangerous, but he will survive the experience. And Brandini yet again gets out the scissors and cleans up the team fight. Only the Nexus turrets remain. Wildcard pushing a little too far forward. Do fall to APA. Nexus turrets now gone. Can APA make the miracle happen? Bradley pulling back. Those minions are going to do it if they're not interrupted. No HP left. APA's got to push forward. He finds one. Winston gets the shutdown, but the Nexus melts. And Wildcard take game number 1.
It's interesting how, the script that we had pitched going into this, Wildcard, the best early game that we have so far in this tournament. Resolve, despite their 2-0, the lowest gold diff at 15. And a lot of that is because how they index their team in draft. We saw both teams, I think, play to their strengths, play to what got them here, and it's still Wildcard. It's just too much to deal with. They're too good. And despite all of Resolve's roams, covers, trying to stall things out, Wildcard found the engages necessary, found the fights necessary to make sure that they utilize that early game advantage and turn that into an easy win.
And let's cast our eyes towards game number 2. Do Resolve come into game 2 with the same game plan? And if they do, what changes do they need to make sure that Wildcard can't run them down during the first 15?
I like the bans that Wildcard threw at Resolve, because this is a very similar team comp to what Resolve ran against C9. But I think the success that they had was because a lot of the playmaking early game, the ability for Resolve to stall to get to those team fights on more even footing comes from Fnatic and APA. They denied these Sin first rotation. They also banned Cinder and Twisted Fate, the two champs that APA played to great success against Cloud9 in the last round. So I think that game plan from Wildcard, once again, these teams are familiar with each other. They've seen each other play a lot in these amateur tournaments. They played a style that we kind of expected out of both of these teams. It's just Wildcard, that full court press and the invading jungler, it's too much to deal with. I want to see them Resolve at least give themselves one winning lane or a leg to stand on, because that's a little bit difficult just going full scaling into Wildcard, especially when you throw on top the fact that Wildcard's a really good team. This is what they've been doing to win all these amateur tournaments, is getting leads early, turning them into quick wins.
Resolve place their money in the late game, and Wildcard don't let them access it. Lock down their bank accounts, Covey. We'll see if the strats change in game number 2, as we're going to go to a lightning fast break and come back with game number 2 of this matchup. You may be impressed that both of us are standing up. People in Twitch chat frequently are for some reason. But I will let you know, Cubby, in between those games, sat down for exactly 20 seconds.
I did not realize they're just going to get exposed like this as we hop back into the stream, TJ.
I'm a journalist. The only thing I can do is tell the truth.
Yeah, now,
speaking of
is like the next step to like reverse that? Do I have to like get like one of those like treadmills and like cast this game like walking to apologize? Is that the move?
Oh, I thought it was going to be, do I have to reverse that and one of us tells the truth and the other one tells only lies? I thought we were going a great direction for this broadcast.
A little too
but sure,
chaotic.
treadmills as well.
All right.
Producer Pine is telling us to move on. Here's the replay package from that last game. Tell us some truths, Cubby.
Yeah, the truth was that early game from Wildcard was just too much for Resolve to deal with. And a shout out to Brandini as well, who that last pick, Gwen, into the Ornn, having the free lane. Brandini did a lot of work on that Gwen, pushing that pick to 4-0 throughout the last few tournaments that he's played in here in Proving Grounds. He was the big difference maker, and Resolve just... It wasn't enough for Resolve. They didn't have any footing in the early game, and they weren't able to find footing in the team fights despite their best efforts to punish some flashes being down.
Yeah, and it was really hard, I think, to just put yourselves in Resolve's shoes. You spend that entire game going, okay, we can't take this fight. We scale, we have late game, we can't take this fight. And then this kind of stuff happens in the mid game, where you guys are supposed to be taking fights, and the only fights they got were ones where Wildcard found a pick, where Wildcard had triggered an advantage. and Resolve could not take the fights, because if you disengage, lose one player there, you're missing your window. So you have to full send into these disadvantaged fights that Wildcard have intentionally engineered to completely diffuse your win condition.
And I really like how Wildcard played this out, going up against a team fighting comp where you have a winning early game and winning sides, because they were shoving out their sides very well and then using that to make sure that whenever a fight was taken, even when it was even footing or even trades, they were either getting points or Resolve was losing waves because they just don't have priority. And that enabled them to TP, find the angles, and defeat what's a beautiful front-to-back team-fighting composition from Resolve that just didn't have a leg to stand on early, so it fell apart.
Yep. Excellent stuff. Very, very well played by Wildcard. We kind of set the stage. We did get kind of the story of the game right, but I think we got the tempo of the game wrong, because we expected Winston to get out into lane early, Arrow to be bullying those sidelines and just shattering them. And Wildcard didn't really do that. It was more of a kind of slow and steady strangulation of Resolve over the course of that game by Wildcard, as they just very carefully didn't take any fights that would let Resolve into the game.
And I think credit to Wildcard, as they are a team that we said coming into this, they are the top amateur team, they're the 7th seed, but they're a team that a lot of people expect the top 4 in this tournament. Expecting an amateur team to top 4 in a tournament with 9 academy teams in it. We said that for a reason, and it's because they play so well. One of the reasons, or one of the ways they play so well, though, is playing out their win cons. And when you have Gwen, you have Aurelia, you're going up against a team that very clearly wants to team fight front to back. Their ability to identify that, their ability to identify the plays that they can take, and the way they play around that strangulation, all that gold that gets funneled to them off screen is just good play from the 5 people that they have, and they continue their redemption arc as Wildcard Red continues to prove that they are a dominant force in this tournament.
Continues to prove that they deserve, as well as many of these other Proving Grounds team, deserve chances back in Academy, back in the LCS for many of these players, and for many of them for the first time. Let's talk about the composition, the draft that Wildcard faced during game number 1. Do you think, as you said during that replay package, Resolve drafted a really good front-to-back team fighting composition? Do you think they need to make changes?
They need one proactive spot on the map, and I want to see that be in the hands of either Fnatic or APA, as they're the 2 playmakers, they're the 2 dictators that make sure that Resolve isn't getting blown out early, or are able to have a leg to stand on and to go into that 15-minute mark on more even ground where they usually are taking team fighting tools and abilities to try and outscale their opponents. And we're going to have to see that swap, and I'm curious to see what ends up happening, because it looks like we have a side swap here with Wildcard now, or Resolve, I should say, now opting for the red side. This does give them first pick, and keep in mind that first pick of Aphelios was a big deny away from Arrow. So Wildcard, theoretically now, they have 3 bans in the first pick, right? They could take something else away from Resolve, but being on red side does guarantee that Resolve gets counterpicked at least somewhere.
Yeah, it was Resolve who did select that, so there you go. And I think that changes the bans a little bit. You were talking, you wanted some more proactivity in the sidelines, maybe in APA's hands. Are you looking for, like, a Twisted Fate in APA's hands? Are you looking for something with Engage like that?
I don't think Wildcard is going to let APA play Twisted Fate.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah, I think it's too good for just the way that Resolve plays. I think that him having a lane that he feels like he can either get out of or win, or keep Bradley down, I think is a big key. Or, you know, Fnatic as well, right? If he has something like the Lee Sin, he's proven that he can make plays off that. I like the Trundle from him, but Winston, Daption, the Rakan, the Lee Sin into something like Trundle and Braum, yeah, it's a lot of CC, yeah, it's a lot of control, but that takes time. And if you aren't landing those interrupts on pillars, which are not easy to do against those champions, we saw what Daption and Winston were able to do as the playmakers in that game. So I just want to see Resolve take a little bit more of a stand early. And if they still want to opt for that late game, we saw the covers, the roams, they play that well. They're able to lose gracefully. You just can't take 3 losing lanes and a losing jungler into a team like Wildcard.
Can I offer you an alternative? Because you've been talking about the middle of the map. What if you give PCL something like a Renekton or a Gwen that he's played earlier in this tournament? Does that give you the traction that you're looking for?
Potentially, but that's like the way that Resolve has been finding success is by pretty much ignoring PCL on the map, right? They're just going to let him play whatever champ he wants, say, all right, buddy, like, you're on your own, get the resources you can. We're going to go from there. And they can switch it up, but the way they switch it up is by giving APA Twisted Fate. Then they get PCL something like his Camille, which is very good at. And then they attack the lane, make sure that Camille gets going, and PCL can carry the game. So that is an option, but like I said, I think no Twisted Fate for Resolve. They're too good at the champion. It's really good against Bradley's champion pool, as he likes to play those melee carries. It's really where he indexes into and where Bradley becomes that special player we've been hyping up. As diving into the second pick, bam, going to have to see what kind of changes we see out of Resolve as they try and stay in the series.
Did talk about getting more proactive lanes. One of the ways that you can do this, as you mentioned, is because Resolve have selected red side. Once wildcard lock in that first pick, Resolve will have, at least once during the draft, a chance to respond specifically to that pick, to counter pick. And for that reason, this time round, wildcard are banning out the A-Soul.
But Twisted Fate's up. And that Aphelios ban,
pick?
I'm really curious if Wildcard actually first picked this. It is something that Bradley can play. But Resolve, they will 1-2 Twisted Fate Lee Sin. So Wildcard, they want to deny that. The same diagnosis that we have, that Resolve's too good as a team playing around Twisted Fate. And on red side, it opens up a lot of strategies where you get the counter pick top with a TF. That's tough to play against. So they're going to take it for themselves. And Wildcard, once again, are going to be the ones that are going to be trying to play around these side lanes. Going to have to see how Resolve breaks this.
Resolve still looking at that Lee Sin, obviously a very important takeaway from Winston, and something that gives them a little bit more early game from Fnatic, so we're going to get that. And then, are we looking at a return to that late game? Do we see like an Aphelios lock-in here, so that Resolve can get their scaling picks? Obviously, Aphelios is banned out, but something along those lines.
We've seen Array have a lot of success on Tristana. This pick, though, is actually one that's very special for Resolve, and I'm glad we see it here at TJ, because Ziggs is a flex pick. That's not the way it is for most teams, but it's actually APA's most played pick mid. So the fact they have Lee Sin and Ziggs is very good into Twisted Fate. This means that Array has the option to take that for himself, or the option to counter whatever Arrow wants to show in the bot lane, as and have to see if they want to take a response to that Renekton before we eat more bans. It could easily be another game of Ornn, or, okay, we're going to get more aggressive.
I like this from Resolve, stepping up and getting some options in multiple lanes, as you have the Jace versus the Renekton, and this Ziggs that is going to be able to just wave clear, shove in against the Twisted Fate, which provides a indirect counter to what the Twisted Fate wants to do, which is leave lane, which is have more agency on the map.
Right.
And this is also, Resolve, the first time, I think, for PCL, they are not giving him Ornn in this tournament, right? They're answering fire with fire. They want the Jace
Unshackled.
Yeah.
He's free!
And that's a matchup that in isolation it does win, but going up against the Xin Zhao, going up against especially that Twisted Fate mid, really want to see how Resolve are able to play around those TF timers and if they can dodge out on those ganks.
I'm so happy for PCL. Not having to play Ornn for the first time.
You don't
Finally
love playing
allowed...
Ornn every game?
Well, it's just that when I push buttons, I like when things change on my screen, and Ornn has a single button that does that, so it's nice, you know?
Yeah. Well, PCL's been freed, as now a couple champions unfortunately seeing the gray screen, as it looks like a couple counters to a Varus coming out. Varus could be very good here for Resolve if Array wants to go for him, as poke with Jace, keep Twisted Fate at range. Might
and
be
the
the option
Ziggs.
here.
You have so much poke factoring in the Ziggs.
Yeah. Nope. I think that we're going to see either the mid or the bot pick here for Resolve, and then we're going to let Winter counter the last one. I think notably as well, Daption, that's a ban away on the Rakan. It's actually a pretty big ban coming out, as Daption has 3 plays of Rakan and has played that champion wonderfully throughout this tournament. So he's going to have to show something new as well, as that Varus is indeed locked in. Now I expect to see something like an Ashe, something like a Jinx from Arrow. His champion pool has actually been narrowed down quite a bit, as his 3 most played are Aphelios, Varus, Kalista. After that, his next most played is Draven. Sivir would be an interesting option that he could have here as well, but I have to see something new out of Arrow.
I'm looking for a Draven Leona. That's my dream here, because Daption does play a fair amount of Leona.
Draven.
There it is. And if we get Draven Leona, they're going to just try and bully this Varus in lane, get on top of him early. And I love that image. I love that idea of this game. We may go for a Braum just because of the amount of poke here. That, of course, also makes sense. But I want to go big. Yeah!
Going big, TJ. As wildcard. Yeah, you can see Array's already swapped to Cleanse. He's like, I'm not messing with this. But does give Arrow a little bit more power in that laning phase. And this, I would expect to be a Braum out of Winter. It's a solid champion for him. He can catch gold cards with that. And also can mitigate some of the damage coming out of Draven. Plays well into the melees that wildcard has. They now have 3. And I think this is a draft for Resolve that it's much better for them in the early game. They actually have a leg to stand on, which is what we were really asking for them early. They have proactivity for Fnatic and that Lee Sin. APA's on a matchup that he really likes with that Ziggs mid. And Varus Jace poke can be rather oppressive if wildcard Red do fall behind. Those first few ports don't work out for him.
Yeah, I think I really like this Resolve draft. I also like this wildcard draft. I think we've left with much more chaotic win conditions for both teams. Resolve still want to just stylistically last till the late game, but they have options during mid and early. And that excites me a lot, because wildcard are going to have to play very proactively, respond to what Resolve are doing during the mid-game to execute their own win condition around that Twisted Fate, around those side lanes boosting Arrow on that Draven up.
And if you are wildcard, you have a Twisted Fate plus a Xin Zhao, and then 2 sides that want to play aggressive early. So Bradley has options about where he wants to port. And I think it's going to dictate a lot of the early game to see if he's able to successfully execute those or if Resolve can counter.
Yeah, I'm genuinely excited for game number 2. Game number 1, I was kind of lying to you. I was saying I was excited, but I knew it was going to be 20 minutes of slow gameplay either way. Game number 2, I'm pumped, Cubby.
I got the honest TJ here for game number 2.
I don't tell lies anymore. I told lies previously. Only truth from here on out. Welcome to game.
Love how you see some KT roster icons being flashed here by Wildcard. I was actually told by Coach Morgan. Those are all the logos and emotes that Wildcard has, as they want to make sure that Arrow keeps on being that happy B player. Keeps on moving on up. Is that a new Draven skin? We got Sentinels here.
Ooh.
Arrow. Looking sharp on the Rift.
I think that's the metal skin, right?
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
The B loves it, too.
Well, the bee loves everything. The bee is not a very good judge of character.
What if it's the sad bee?
You could do you could do anything in front of that bee and it would still be happy.
For those of you that don't know, Arrow's solo queue account is actually Happy Bee Player. He loves the bee modes. Something he talked about very enthusiastically when we talked to him on the Proving Grounds pod. And Arrow, someone that a former LCK champion, a former LCS MVP. We talked about redemption for Wildcard. He wants to make it back into the LCS, and man, is he playing so good in these tournaments. Definitely him and the rest of his team trying to make a claim. And this game as well, something we can talk about later, the scouting grounds ramifications of this. Winner of this most likely does have their team 10 scouting grounds, which how things are winding up with the top 2 amateur teams do end up going there. So would be big for Wildcard to get a lot of their talented players in scouting grounds.
One of the great things about Proving Grounds is that, you know, in the olden days, in the 50s, I imagine, how people applied for jobs where you just, like, walk into a building and be like, here's my resume, I apply. That's basically what Scouting Grounds, or Proving Grounds, is. Because you walk up to these academy rosters, and you hand them their best gameplay, and you see what happens. And Arrow's been able to do that here.
And if Arrow had to pick a champion to demonstrate for that, it'd probably be Draven. This is a champion that he has really been known for throughout his career. Pretty fun that we get to see it here on the Proving Ground stage as Arrow Daption trying to make this one a 2-0. And you can see how cautious Array and Winter have to play early in this lane, knowing the power of Draven and trying to pay as much respect to that as possible. As Fnatic also understanding that as well, pathing away from this bot lane, realizing that he's going to have access to top crab. Should be a traded crabs early instead of a double crab or wild card that we saw last.
So let's slow down and just talk about the map overall. You said you wanted to see a little more aggression out of Resolve. Where does that come from with this draft? Have they fulfilled your requirements?
Right now, it's in the top lane. As you can see, ECL, 3-wave crash into Brandini. No dive going to be able to set up, though, because we have very heavy trading in the mid lane. And Fnatic is here first. Might look for something.
Oh, lands it. Gold card's ready, though. Bradley dares him. Fnatic goes in. Gold card. Fnatic flash to chase. First blood. And he lives. No, he's gone.
No more 20 minutes, though, early games, TJ. We're taking 1-for-1s as APA says these minions are dying to the turret. You're losing XP. That's still a dub for me. Fnatic does lose that double buff. Is going to lose a lot of tempo on the Rift as well, as this might actually be a double crab now for Wildcard. The fact that Fnatic does have to get back out here. And APA was not able to TP back, but Resolve showing that this is a new game, a different team comp, and they aren't showing any fear early.
I love that. Find me a player who will flash behind a turret. I'm just having a great day. Wildcards say, we're going to bully that. We're going to take advantage of that cooldown. And they're pushing in against Fnatic. Winston, Daption, shoving him into the high school gym lockers.
Rather graphic there.
Yeah.
We have some players in this tournament in high school, TJ. That might be a traumatic experience.
It was so graphic. Well, first of all, every single player playing in this tournament is far too cool to have that kind of experience. Okay. I've met some of them, like, just emanating great vibes.
So this play, this dive might have a lot of ramifications for the top lane as Brandini has bounced this wave back. Daption's up here trying to make the play happen, and Resolve are now forced to respond as, oh boy, Fnatic.
Wants some revenge. He's still level 3, though, so...
Save the Krugs.
Yeah!
That's what it's all for, baby. The step up, down smash. Oh, we get the cinematic view.
Like this. Watch this man make the biggest mistake of his life. In 4K.
Hey, you know what? It was a risky play, but we won for it. He knew that Bradley was going to go down. Gets the TP out of Twisted Fate early.
Oh dear. And I thought he was scuffering. He was like a pixel away from getting out.
It was close. I will say the post play for Wildcard Red after that was very favorable for them. The fact that they were able to bully Fnatic off of those chickens, get the double crab. Arrow didn't lose anything for the roams that Daption made there as well. So Wildcard Red responding nicely to the fact that Bradley did go down, did trade. But now we're going to have to see if PCL and Resolve can pick it back up as Twisted Fate, he's not going for the boots rush early, doesn't have sums, and potentially might be an area that Resolve can try and attack and rinse and repeat yet again.
So, leaving that early aggression kind of gone awry, we can take a look at where that gold is, where the emphasis shifted for Wildcard, and they did actually a really good job of shutting down what were the early game threats. That focus from those fights went onto Fnatic, went onto PCL, who now do not have the tools to really contest in the early game. Look at the CS difference between Fnatic and Winston, and then lock yourself in a dark room and cry a little bit.
Especially against Twisted Fate as well. Really tough for Lee Sin to make plays. Has to deal with that gold card. I think something we saw Winston do very successfully last game on the Lee Sin was pull all of the insects. There was nothing at the side of Resolve to stop that. Resolve do have tools, or I should say Wildcard have tools to shut that down out of Fnatic this game with the likes of the gold card, the likes of Daption playing Leona. So might be a challenge, but that said, Resolve, they do survive the first third eye from Twisted Fate, as no gate is pulled.
Stay woke.
Yeah.
Third eye open. Bradley.
They tried it. Resolve, they whipped it. Uh-oh.
Fnatic up front, meaning I don't have time to analyze what Cubby just said. Winston will back away, and there's the Mega Inferno Bomb. Woo! They find Winston.
Wait.
Massive damage from APA. And what is this? Winter flashes in. Fnatic jumps to him. Daption's on the run. He's going to get stunned, but he's able to flash away before it happens.
Oh, Arrow.
And now Arrow finds the turn. One kill to him. Array chasing him down. Flash over the wall. Arrow in huge trouble. He won't find his second kill. Instead, it goes to Bradley. 2-for-1 trading, still for Resolve. Bradley finds APA and runs back towards mid. Resolve come out with a win in the bottom lane.
And the initial play, the reason I get excited, it's a really cool mechanic from APA using Flash. He actually preemptively flashes the Crescent Guard from Xin Zhao, so he is in range to have the damage connect on the ultimate, so Winston can't save himself, and from their Resolve, they try and take this advantage pusher really hard, as good play from APA, understanding the fact that, you know, I can take down Xin Zhao this way. Now the play extends, and props to Arrow, who does a brilliant job here in a 2v4, finding one, trying to get out.
And it does get him that kill conversion on his stacks, which is very important for Arrow. And he just barely doesn't get the second. Bradley claims credit for it, so Bradley's going to be doing pretty well, but a necessary infusion of gold for Resolve, the necessary infusion of gold into where they want it, Array and APA.
They still find themselves down 1k gold, though, and Bradley has Flash back up, and we see the fact that Winston, with this big jungle lead that he's been able to get, is now on the Rift Herald solo. Very important for Twisted Fate teams, is taking down that first side lane can be deadly. You also deny it from a Ziggs team, which is always nice as well. The Satchel Charge, get about 3.5 points out of that. It's not bad. So, still post-play, I like the fact that Resolve, we wanted to see them have a leg to stand on early, try and go for some more proactive plays, but the post-plays from all this, Wildcard Red are getting the best of it.
Both mid laners staring each other down. The Adaption on the other end of it, Hex flashing over the wall to join Arrow on a flank. And APA recalling after engaging in that stare down.
Yeah, they were trying to see if APA would greed for a plate, but he's a little bit wiser to it. Not going to fall victim to Bradley's port as Arrow. This is a nice way to get some stacks. Oh, he takes it. Hit the small one? Oh, yeah.
He does! Copy!
By the rocks.
Mechanics!
Just trying to stack up those axes as fast as possible. Of course, the new Execute live, or on the live patch, not on this patch. A little bit of a bummer. I think it's a really cool mechanic that they added into Draven, but Arrow's going to have to do what he can on the last buff Draven. It's like going for the shield bow first.
Oh my god, that's so last patch.
Oh, get me out.
I watched Cubby's face go through like all 3 stages of grief there.
That said, we do have Winston still sitting on Herald. Gonna have to see if he uses that to potentially attack Ziggs in the mid lane. As once again, Resolve is taking a mid laner. It's very difficult to break mid. And that will be a challenge for Wildcard, but Wildcard should be able to attack the sides. And right now, we're seeing Resolve off the reset adaptation potentially try and start this dragon, take it for themselves. It would be a nice small consolation prize early.
Brandini versus PCL up top, as the dragon is positioning for. Both players do have TP up and available. So this fight you're seeing in the top lane.
PCL. He's got the wave pushing out. They don't see Bradley at the moment. He has port up. They're taking dragon. I know that we said earlier that Resolve, they usually have PCL on an island. They can play towards him with resources, but usually he's kind of left to his lonesome. And this is an example of having Jace up there. It's oftentimes you play towards a Jace. Jace can be left weak side at times, so next to popular review from the community. But he is having a tough time as, oh boy, here comes the port probably.
Yeah, Brandini in.
Yep.
The eye is open. PCL maybe just dies to Brandini here. The teleport actually was interrupted. Bradley shut down by Fnatic and APA, who just find him, isolate him, and stop him from TPing, saving PCL's life, and he'll drop the thumbs up. Meantime, Array's caught out, does cleanse the stun.
He still loses the flash and the wave, but now, oh, Brandini.
Oh!
Ziggs bomb. Look at that, Resolve supporting PCL. They were able to get him back as... I want to see a replay of how they canceled that TF ult, because that's a really smart play coming out from both Fnatic and APA, and this is a matchup that really no other mid laner plays besides APA, but he plays it so well. Now, of course, we talked about the post plays. Resolve, they get the kill. They deter a lot of the damage that could have been dealt in terms of champions, but the objective at Rift Herald still cashes out for Wildcard Red, and taking that mid sword against Ziggs is very important.
That's the most I've ever seen a top laner.
Wait, what? He sniped him. He ulted.
That's incredible.
Oh my goodness. Alright, well, this game's gotten crazy.
PCL dying in the midst of all of this. From across the map, Arrow finds the kill with the ult.
He didn't even have the third eye to buff him up. He just guessed it. He's that good.
Thank
Here we
you
go.
Very much, Producer Pine, for the replay here. Our production team killing it. What is that?
That's
Is he on a ward? He's not on a ward. He's just recalling, and he guesses the positioning perfectly.
A snipe from Arrow. Not bad.
I'm struggling, Cubby. That might be the most remarkable thing I've ever seen a Draven do. But it is also a Draven player. Winter backing away. Him and Fnatic trying to stay alive down bottom as Array backs from the turret. Wildcard can't overextend into Array or this still very healthy bot lane turret.
And Wildcard, just off the back of these plays from Resolve, keep on finding something. Whether it's killing a wave off, whether it's getting a snipe, right? Whether it's taking a mid lane turret. The way that they're playing out this map is just getting the best of Resolve, who are throwing a lot more punches at them early, but it's just not enough to topple Wildcard, as they still are the kings of amateur, the ones with all the trophies in their trophy case, and are looking to take that through Proving Grounds, as this has been a very competitive game out of Resolve. A lot of plays have been attempted from them, especially Fnatic and APA, something we really wanted to see out of them, but it just hasn't been enough. Wildcard, they're too good, man.
We'll see if Resolve can do anything out of this press as they shove into Bradley down in the bottom lane. I don't want to write this game off yet, because we do still have some banger team fights coming up. Arrow, a key part of them, will engage here onto PCL, and PCL's just gone. So that's a worrying sign, is what I was going to say next. Wildcard will be threatened on the opposite side of the map as Fnatic steps up versus Winston and forces the ult. Array now free to throw in damage from range, but is going to be pressed against by Bradley, who's just trying for damage against Array. Chain of Corruption does land onto Bradley underneath the turret. Fnatic goes in and finds the kill, but Brandini gets the trade. With Winston getting the kill to Fnatic and Winston going down, it's 2 for 1 right now. But Brandini looks to change that and just gets popped by APA.
The Ziggs is big, and for the first time, Resolve finds a response with Arrow. 1v3?
You can one-shot so many of these people.
No.
And he's just getting zoned away. APA keeping him at a distance. 8 feet, it's mandatory. An Arrow just has to stay. He can't do anything. Very well played by Resolve.
Whirling Axes not going to be enough, as APA is able to zone him out. Daption, though, trying to cancel a recall, keep him around. Arrow doesn't have his ult up for a while, but does have flash. He's looking feisty. Looks like we're going to get a replay instead. It won't be the case. Fnatic gives his life for this, TJ, but it's well worth it for the side of Resolve as Brandini on the post-play response. APA plays this beautifully. He gets both people in the center of his ultimate, getting that extra damage boost. And then Winter, all he has to do is just auto Brandini. Look at that satchel charge, though. Keeps Winter alive, knocks Brandini back into APA, and then he's able to find the damage to take down the Croc. And now find the damage to take down the top lane turret as Resolve has found some footing in this game, TJ. This one's not over yet. They take the objective. They trade out the Dragon. They're also going to take the second Rift Herald for themselves. They can use to try and break that middle turret.
It's also incredible that we came out of that replay with APA in the bottom lane, and then he's just in the top lane. I also think that's wild. But APA coming alive here and keeping Resolve alive. Getting some badly needed gold into Array's pocket. He is most of the way towards that Muramana now, which you do need to keep your eye upon. APA about to hit a pretty major power spike. Does have the BM book open and it's 6 stacks. Things are looking up for Resolve.
Because this game has been so active, though, we have a couple weird things going on in this one. One, Arrow's really fed on this Draven.
Yeah.
That's 3 kills that are Draven-infused kills with extra gold, right? But it is tough for Draven to function into this poke comp. Draven doesn't have the most range in the game, and if Ziggs, if Array, if PCL, if Winter, if they're able to keep this Draven at a distance, they could try and, win the war of attrition and poke him out. The game breaker to that, though, is going to be Bradley. He has rapid fire cannon finish on this Twisted Fate, extra range on those gold cards, and if Wildcard are able to find gold cards on the right members, make these fights one by one where they can isolate targets and take advantage of the Whirling Axe buff damage, things could get tough for Resolve. So, and have to see if which team can kind of play out their composition better, as shouldn't have any action on the map here. No monster objectives up until
down
Baron.
bottom. PCL isolated here.
Oh, here we go.
He's got Daption around him. Bradley's teleporting into this with the Destiny's Gate. Bradley unable to connect as PCL with some fancy footwork just slips up into the river.
Does burn Flash, and that's 5 members of Resolve group. So that means that Brandini gets to take that top lane turret for free, crashes that big wave, but now Resolve Gonna crash this second Rift Herald into the turret. Should be theirs.
Oh. Rift Herald destroys the mid turret, and it will be decent infusion of gold and map control as the Chain of Corruption chases a flash out of Bradley. Winston, in the meantime, goes for a flanking play and gets cut off by PCL. And this is now very dangerous. Winston chunked down, burned down, he's gone. PCL finds the kill. Back in front of tags Arrow as the play goes in. Fnatic, that is excellent! He separates Arrow from the fight. Daption starts things up, though, setting it up for Brandini. Fnatic needs to split this back up, isolate Brandini, and he does so, forcing a flash away, and PCL will chase down the kill with the killing blow coming from Array as Resolve execute a perfect team fight. It's going to be a triple kill, a quadra kill to Array, and Resolve come alive 18 minutes into game.
Just like that, we've been so complimentary of Resolve's team fight. Their ability to find plays like this in the late game, and all it is one misstep from Winston, one Golden Foot Award to Fnatic, and Resolve turned the game back in their favor off of this kick, and a beautiful fight from them. Look at how they isolate these members, use all the poke they have on single targets to make this in advantage of their numbers the entire time. Flashing for TF, you trade out, but look at Winston, caught in between 5. Winter lands a beautiful ultimate here, and now Arrow, he's the next one. He gets poked out as Winter actually stops the ultimate, and Fnatic, oh boy, look at this. This is something of beauty. That wins the fight for Resolve. We talked about the difficulties that Arrow will find against all the range of Resolve. That's a good example of it right there as Fnatic from over the wall shuts him down. Resolve shuts down Wildcard, and all of a sudden, TJ, we have a close game that Resolve showing signs of life in this best of 3 as PCL gets out.
Survives. He's like chain-rooted, nailed to the floor, manages to survive. I just want to highlight from PCL as well, that little setup onto Winston was entirely planned. I didn't realize that. He wasn't running up the river. He was sitting in the pixel bush in the river, waiting for Winston to try and flank, waiting to execute that exact punish. We're going to be interrupted in our conversation by APA dueling Brandini. Double TPs are coming in. APA finds Brandini, but Arrow and Bradley are here, and they are, with the aid of Daption, able to shut down PCL, who teleported in. So it's APA v3 with reinforcements on the way. Good flash keeps him alive. Kaiting, but in the wrong direction on the map. Winston's trying to flank. APA's got to make his way through this team. Instead, just to dump damage. Arrow will find the kill, but it's traded 1 for 1, and it's going to get better as it double, triple goes again to Array. And Resolve take 4 kills off of Wildcard.
And Array, the youngest player in this match, going up against an LCK champ, an LCS MVP. He's legendary. He has 9 kills on the scoreboard now, TJ, off the back of his team fighting as things are getting hectic. This is in Resolve's wheelhouse. This is why the 15 seed has so much respect from the teams in this tournament. It's their ability to do crazy plays like this and make it work, as APA, completely on the wrong side of the map, completely on the wrong side of this rift, he's able to buy enough time to stall this out, to find kills and make it a positive play for Resolve as the reinforcements, he's just buying as much time as he can, and he does it successfully.
APA, just incredible decision-making throughout this fight again. You see him make the call, okay, I'm not going to survive, I'm just going to dump all of my kit onto Arrow and make sure we have a winning team fight after I die. And Array, you're talking him up, again, great positioning. This is 2 fights in a row that Array has just been able to sit behind his front line and dump out damage. And that is great team play, but great understanding of the team play by the AD carry.
And even with a cheaper build, even, you know, with 9 kills, he's just barely keeping up with Draven. But these kills, they have propelled, have accelerated Array ahead. Look at his inventory. He's sitting on 2 items and almost a completed Mirror Mana as well. That's going to complete in a wave or 2. Once that hits, Resolve is going to have so much poke for Wildcard Red to deal with. And it's really going to be in the hands of Bradley and Daption to make sure the engages they're taking are clean so they don't get poked out of these fights, because Resolve win the war of attrition hard.
Euramana? Muramana. Euramana?
Leona. I'm still stuck on that. If anyone...
That's a reference for those of you that listen to League Day.
Yeah, if anyone tuned in to the LCS audio-only broadcast, TJ really likes to pick on my pronunciation of things, as he is...
No, I'm not picking, I'm just delighted. Euramana is like new and exciting to me. I don't know if it's right or wrong, I'm just excited by it.
Sorry, I don't speak the proper British English that you do.
Puppy gets self-conscious. He's just sometimes I'm excited by something, and he's like, "Oh, I'm embarrassed."
I try and find reasoning. There's no reasoning. It's just TJ being TJ.
Say the name of Daption's champion.
Leona. You've turned me on that one.
The way you say it.
Oh,
Come on.
yeah, the one I said it before, it was Leona. Sometimes when things get sloppy, that's how we switch things up.
I don't think that's sloppy. I think that's exciting. That's dangerous, you know? Arrow clearing the mid-wave as Wildcard do have to fight from behind now. Resolve hitting their late-game stride at an even gold state.
Oh, boy.
And Arrow just wanders through a bush, uncharacteristically sloppy, nearly pays for it, but Fnatic can't convert it.
I think Fnatic wanted Array to flash follow for the ultimate, but Array, knowing that Arrow has the summoners up, Resolve not being on the same page executing that play there, will lose a flash cooldown. As you can see, APA just throwing super mega inferno bombs at the side lanes, trying to fix them in Resolve's favor.
Field goal.
It is, the first NFL Sunday. I do appreciate that sports reference, TJ.
Is that...
Your 49ers did do some flopping on the big stage today.
Is a field goal the NFL?
Yeah. It's just football in general. All right. I'm going to return to the sport that TJ knows best, as I think we're going to have a play breaking out. Resolve looking to collapse on Brandini and Winston.
Flash for Winston will keep him ahead of Fnatic, but Fnatic can close that distance again. Glacial Fissure is denied. Great footwork from Winston, and he's able to get behind the turret, joined by Brandini. Are they safe? Not yet. Fnatic still going. Winter eating the turret shots. Array converts the kill. Winter survives.
Double-digit kills for Array now and Fnatic, always looking for more.
We're getting a little greedy. Arrow will chunk him out. There's APA and Array joining. Mega Inferno Bomb chunks them low. Don't think these kills are going to be chased down, but it's going to be another turret as a result of the low HP bars as Resolve accelerate towards a tie game here.
And Bradley is fixing that wave in the top side. He is recalling. That's going to prompt Resolve to respond as well. They don't want to get caught out by a Destiny's Gate and a port from Brandini. But once again, Resolve, they hold strong. Members in the side lane, they're now punishing Wildcard, who are overextending in the side lane. Something we saw Wildcard doing to Resolve in Game 1 with those champions. As Resolve are holding strong, they have footing in this game. And things are getting tough now for Wildcard, who we talked about their issues that they're going to have with range. Arrow's ability to function as this game goes on. If they can't single out targets one by one, we favor Resolve in the war of attrition, and they're finding fights to execute just that.
Ooh, that was satisfying from Array. Resolve
very far ahead of the power curve.
Yeah, Resolve can just rely on that. I mean, he's 10-0-1, by the way.
And something I really like that Resolve's doing right now. You see with their poke composition, they're not trying to go for the side waves. This is on purpose, as they want to hold this real estate. Make it impossible for Wildcard Red to walk through these chokes against a Ziggs, against a Varus, against a Jace. And so Wildcard, it'll be very difficult for them to contest this objective. They're going to have to give this one to the side, as Bradley, possibly having other ideas, is looking for an angle.
Yeah, Bradley just countering Resolve by constantly being in those side lanes, leveraging the fact he has 2 teleports to just threaten the shove at all times. Wildcard want to extend this fight, sprawl this fight across as much of the map as possible to force Resolve to spread their own forces.
And you can see Wildcard there off screen. They were starting up the Baron. They almost have to do that, start the objectives, just to try and bait Resolve into a fight, bait them to walk a little bit too close in the poke comp so they can get that 1-by-1 team fight. If not successful there, means a free dragon for Fnatic and Resolve.
They're a good day for Resolve. That's now their 3rd Drake. They're on Soul Point. It is the dreaded Cloud Rift, though, which means doesn't mean as much as it does on the other maps.
EJ's sad. That's what it means.
You know, I've been casting... I'm going to hold this thought. Bradley stepping forward. Oh, this is very terrifying for PCL. Oh, my lord! He almost turns that! Just jumps onto Bradley and gives me a heart attack. Bradley will survive.
And this is a Bradley special. This is something that Bradley does that no one else does, and that's the 3rd item Lichbane on Twisted Fate. Most people just default to Zanya's. Bradley, trusting in his playmaking ability, trusting his mechanics, going for that item instead, and it pays off there as he finds the 1v1 against PCL.
Fnatic steps up versus Arrow with a flash burn. He's got no way out of this. That's just a mistake. Arrow gets a free kill.
And Resolve coming apart at the seams a little bit here as Bradley, he did pop that Destiny's port to potentially threaten a collapse on Resolve, but Resolve respecting that will instead port bot. Another free turret going over to Wildcard is just when we saw Resolve getting ahead and the gold getting ahead on the scoreboard. Wildcard, they take that lead right back, and now they have to keep on starting objectives. They have no port from Bradley, but they have started this Baron as APA was pulled bot. They get his teleport, and they stop it right away.
PCL threatened by Bradley underneath the turret, and these objectives that are being... Oh my god!
Yep. Bradley.
These objectives that are being threatened are really scary because Arrow just melts them. Arrow's so far ahead. Nicely done. APA.
What is going on?
Kicking another field goal for the mid lane.
What is going on this game, TJ?
I couldn't tell you, and it's my job. Baron does get cancelled by that, so Wildcard will back away. And Resolve have brought this game within one. Oh yes, thank you very much, production. Show me what happened here.
APA, his TP was pulled because they started the Baron, and then he said, "You know what, my friend? I've got some revenge for you.
Kobe.
Here's a bomb." Boom.
Oh, he is so close.
Oh, look at that hat fall. That was depressing. He lost the hat. You can never lose your hat in a Western. That's like rule number 1.
That's true, Kobe.
Yeah.
I'm glad you've been watching the Clint Eastwood classics. What's your favorite Western?
He's coming out with a new movie. The Kurt Russell Tombstone. It's a great one.
Good. That's a deep cut.
Yeah.
Send us reviews of Kurt Russell's Tombstone. Using the hashtag Proving Grounds? I don't know how to practice on this on Twitter.
I think we just need a dragon to spawn or for them to start Baron again, which it looks like they might have. As Arrow is hitting the Baron right now.
Yeah, and again, it's so scary because Arrow, like, probably can't solo the Baron, but it's pretty close. And Resolve just always have to pay attention to that, have to be dragged a little bit towards that.
Resolve, holding strong, staying steady. They're going for this. It is Brandini with no TP, Bradley with no TP. They want them to base. They're going to take this.
Burned down. That turret's gone. Wildcard in turn. Disrespect Resolve's clear. And that's the inhibitor gone. And the two side lane players are still in the side lane. PCL's just shoving in. Double TP. Oh, this is a very weird TP. Oh no, PCL. He means to flash. And he gets caught out. He presses the wrong summoner spell. Arrow goes down in the meantime. But PCL gives away his life with just a little bit of fat fingering. And now this is dangerous. Can Resolve get away? APA threatened now. Double dive. Bradley into the backlines. He'll clean up the fight. Gold card onto APA, who dies. Winston into stasis. It's just Fnatic left on the map. That is tragic.
They're pinging bot. Bradley has TP coming up off cooldown. And PCL, he was TPing to keep that minion alive. He was doing it because they were going to try and end the game right there. They thought they had the recalls. They thought they had the damage with Ziggs and Varus in time, but it doesn't look like it. Instead, they lose the bot inhibitor turret. Bradley goes back to base, saves the game for Wildcard Red, and this should be a free Baron for them now, and you can see Resolve. They're pinging that turret. Maybe they're going to try and go for some sort of TP play, but this is Baron going over to Wildcard Red.
Okay, so to clarify, it wasn't a mistake as I thought. It was to keep that minion alive
underneath
to keep the
minion
turret. Okay. I feel great. I'm glad that PCL did not have a tragedy occur in his family.
Was it the right decision? I don't know, but that was the thought process.
Okay, as long as it was intentional, I feel better for PCL.
No. But that's a huge swing and turn of events for Wildcard Red, because not only do they get the Baron, but now, do we see a fight break out around this Cloud Dragon? If Resolve lose this could be game. But they might be going for it. They might be going for the Cloud Soul. Resolve, they play without fear. What they're known for. It looks like they're going to try and use their poke to contest this.
PCL playing safe here around this dragon, trying to get as far back from this fight as possible. Mega Inferno Bomb comes up dry.
He gets it back.
Here's the vision. The Mega Inferno Bomb is refilling. It's about a quarter reset right now.
Oh, Bradley's behind.
Good TP. Oh, he almost finds the kill just with that. Array's down to quarter his HP, and he's going to be shut down by the ult from Arrow. APA kiting through the bush. He's able to stay alive and turn the tables. PCL and Fnatic hold at the tri-bush. 2 for 1. Positive trading for Resolve, but low HP bars. They're going to need to take this very carefully. Bradley and the rest of Wildcard take their time here, clearing out the waves.
Oh, they're sticking around.
As they do lose the fight.
PCL bases to play defense as... All right, here we go. Second look. So this is the last minute alive. This TP, I think, is on purpose. He's trying to keep it alive. That last tower shot would have killed it. We don't see that in the replay. But Winston, on the back end of this fight, he does so much work with Brandini that they were able to not only take down PCL, but now APA also gets routed as they are not fighting front to back with the Ziggs. They found the angles, and then Bradley, he has been so big on this Twisted Fate. Who needs Zanyas? You have Lichbane and Deathcap. You can just start one-shotting people as he doesn't even go for APA. Winston's like, I got this, buddy. Move on to everyone else, and even goes Golden to save himself from dying to that Sonic Wave execute. Because that's the play that made sure that Wildcard got that Baron and took back this gold lead in a back-and-forth bout as Resolve throwing the kitchen sink at Wildcard Red, trying to keep their upper bracket hopes alive.
They do still have the advantage in terms of super minions. There is only one broken inhibitor on the map, and it is in that mid lane, so Resolve do have a constant wave shove. But as we kind of outlined, for the same reasons we outlined earlier, it's very difficult for Resolve to play through the sidelines here.
Twisted Fate, especially now that he has that stopwatch, is too much to deal with. He is easy to zone out, in the 5v5s, but Rapid Fire Cannon, Lichbane, the angles that Bradley's taking, the angles that Bradley is finding is breaking this poke comp of Resolve. They aren't getting time to set up. And I want to see if he's going to go for another risky port again behind Resolve, because it feels like that's the big difference for Wildcard in these fights, is when Bradley's able to find isolate targets, and he's just one-shotting them now with the damage that he has and the CC chain he has with the Everfrost.
PCL stepping up alongside Array. We're going to force Wildcard back behind this turret. But as we were talking about, a little difficult for them to shove in this side lane whilst the mid lane's just getting pushed in by Bradley. Chain of Corruption does land. Winston able to walk away from it. There's the threat as a result of it onto the turret itself. This siege not going great though. Solar Flare burn to stop it.
And Bradley with the Lichbane, this turret will fall instantaneously.
Wow.
As this Twisted Fate, he's putting so much pressure on Resolve, who burned a lot on that turret, and they're canceling their recalls. They're still trying to go. We could have a base race here, TJ.
Bradley stepping up. I know who's going to win. Bradley absolutely obliterating this inhibitor turret. It's a 5v4 down in the bottom lane. The shove will come up. 2 inhibitors now breaking simultaneously in mid, and that will prompt a TP. Inhibitor breaks, inhibitors traded.
Bradley doesn't have the gate to attack Resolve afterwards, but honestly, Resolve, once that Baron spawns, that bot inhibitor that is trading up for him, not the worst in the world is Winston.
Winston into stasis. He's going to be slowed out the other end and shut down by the Mega Inferno Bomb. And that's a jungler off the map.
The damage from APA's Ziggs is crazy as Winston melts, and now PCL, they're TPing, they're grouping up, they're trying to end the game now.
Bradley's got to be very aware of that wave that he is shoving down mid. We'll see if they can do anything with it.
APA is going to base and TP back. He's got to buy stopwatches, as everyone on Resolve actually does have a stopwatch that does buy you 1 gold card that you can dodge out on. As this is going to be Resolve trying to end the game, trying to take this win and extend this series versus Wildcard.
Here come Resolve for the game. Stepping up, double rooted. Not the greatest start. Wave is cleared by Arrow, who is still gigantic. APA threatening with his siege potential, but the Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't find anything. Fnatic jumps in, focusing Arrow. Arrow survives, and Fnatic is forced into stasis behind the sole surviving Nexus turret. He's gone. Resolve needs to kite away, but they're just taking chip. APA burned alive. Here's the TP. Bradley in the back line.
Oh my gosh.
Will stasis pop the B mode. He's done it. Array's in trouble as well. And Brandini during this time shoves in the wave. He's going to take the game. There's nothing Resolve could do. Wildcard close this series 2-0.
It was a close effort from Resolve, but in the end, Wildcard, they're the ones that have the resolve and hold strong. And that 5-6-7 scoreline may not be the prettiest thing in the picture. but man, was it impressive.
Can you save this PCL? Oh, they might be able to! Brandini
No way.
in trouble.
No
Low
way.
HP, here comes Arrow. If he could just auto the Nexus, he could do this. Arrow for the Nexus, into stasis, he's done it!
Flash the KT roster signs, baby. That's another win for Wildcard Red as, oh, what a game that was, TJ, as 2 kills a minute, pretty much. Action everywhere, ports everywhere, backdoors, everything. That's what we need in League of Legends. Just more action like that, but in the end, it is Wildcard Red coming out on top, and so much credit does have to go to Bradley in this game, TJ. As this Twisted Fate, him going damage instead of opting for that Zanya's, really feels like it was the big difference maker at the later stages of this one, as he was able to break the poke comp from Wildcard, or Resolve, break Resolve in the end, and give Wildcard that 2-0.
What an incredible performance from Resolve, and Wildcard are just able to match them every step of the way. These are, without a doubt, 2 of the strongest teams in this tournament, and this game should have proven that.
Oh boy, that was... I can't believe like we're going through all these replays. I even forgot APA's like flash to make sure the damage connected there on the Zigzag. As
play after play. This was
just the beginning.
This was one of the most mechanically impressive games of League of Legends I've ever covered.
It's just back and forth everywhere, and like Resolve, they can't really go for Baron with their team comp, so I get trying to break it with a Siege, but they never had the ability to deal with Bradley. Those gold cards as the game went on were just way too threatening. Lee Sin couldn't engage. They couldn't ever connect the poke on him. He had a bunch of move speed from the Cloud Rift, and also the fact that he went Lich Bane and Rapid Fire Cannon.
God.
As, yeah, Arrow snipe from downtown.
I'm still not over that.
I'm not over half this game, man. What a way to start the day. We have a second series after this, by the way, TJ.
We do. Yeah. We're going to move on to TSM Academy versus Golden Guardians Academy. The lower bracket match. But I promise it will still deliver. Winter. Oh my lord. Just everything about this series, because Winter survives this fight on like 1 HP with one of the most calculated escapes I've ever seen. Just nuts.
And I mean, even this one, like APA is on the wrong side of the map. He's like PCL, TP, and PCL goes, get down, Mr. President, as he eats the Leonal and just ends up getting one shot here. And gets APA out and buys enough time to change the game.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah. Thank you for the TP. Thank you for going down instead of me. We're good to go. Move on.
I mean, we're like memeing it a little bit, but that's actually really good selfless team play to be like, hey, it's really important APA survives this.
You think that like that was the comms? Like, hey, can you TP in here and like die for me?
Would you
need the
like
Ziggs
to
damage.
TP in here and just eat like an entire combo of all of their ults so we can win the fight?
Oh man.
And honestly, yeah, it's the right play. Really impressive stuff. APA just dominated this game. It's a tragedy we don't see a game 3 of this series.
Yeah, that was a fun game too.
With the hat. Rough times.
And props to Resolve. We're going to see them again in the tournament. They do drop to the lower bracket, but man, going for these plays, it was a little bit crazy, a little bit too much in the end, but I mean, props to Resolve, right? They're an amateur team. They're not here to screw around. I know that game 1, they were playing cautiously, but this is the flip side of Resolve, and why they're a team that's so respected in the tournament is that we get the look out of them that we did in game 1, where they pick scaling. They go for late game, and now game 2, we get a different look where they're going for poke. They're trying to rival plays early, and they ended up creating a hectic map state that they won a lot of plays on. Just wasn't enough in the end versus Wildcard Red, as the Kings of Amateur still reign supreme. End up taking that one, and man, we didn't get to see the base race at the end. That was nuts.
Yeah, I'm just overwhelmed by the density of good play from that game. We were having a conversation in the first segment of this broadcast about how these amateur teams, it would be wacky to predict one of them to win this tournament. I think we're thoroughly living in that world. You can just see the depth of talent on display here.
And like I said, the expectation for Wildcard Red is the top 4, right? And they're trying to do what NoOrg did last split, which is win the entire damn thing. And for Wildcard, it's another step in the right direction, another step towards this team's redemption arc in Amateur, proving that they still are top of the table players that deserve to have shots at Academy or LCS, whether that's returning to that space or entering it for the first time. Thinking of players like Bradley and Daption, I think have really been stepping up throughout this entire tournament so far. Players that haven't yet been able to hold the mantle of that stage. So Definitely a fun amateur team to watch, and excited to get to see a lot more of them, but also hope we'll get to talk to one of them here pretty soon.
Yeah, going into the lower bracket, though, Resolve kind of... I don't want to say it was a shock defeat, because a lot of people favored Wildcard, but especially with how close this match is, it's a kind of heartbreaking defeat. They still have a shot. Can I get the Coach Covey, the Analyst Covey prediction as to how deep Resolve goes down there in the lower bracket?
Depends on matchups. I think that the unique part about Resolve this time around is that they have shown different looks. And I think in a tournament like this, it's actually really valuable, as a lot of these teams have singular playstyles they've gotten really good at and can play around, but can't switch it up. And while Resolve did drop 2-0, I think that we still have seen good moments from them picking scaling, them picking poke. I like the fact that we're willing to take PCL's Jace into the Renekton. Matchup went all right until Bradley kind of broke it with that TF. But they're a team that, I mean, when you talk around with like a lot of the coachings and the coaching staff, like in this tournament, they have nothing but respect for Resolve. And it's for the reason that they are willing to throw down the gauntlet, even on stage games. Taking something like Ziggs mid in the Twisted Fate, going for those backdoor plays, like knowing it's their best chance to win the game. It may look bad like when it doesn't work out, but they're willing to go for it. They're the ones that are willing to make the plays. And when it does work out, it's the magic behind this team and the reason they're an exciting team to watch and a reason they're respected by a lot of the other teams in this tournament.
We will hopefully get to see more of Resolve, but in the meantime, let's see a little bit more of Wildcard. As we do have Winston on the line. How are you doing, Winston, off of a hair-raising Game 2?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're overwhelmed. I just want...
Still trying to recover from that last one, man.
Yeah.
Can you talk through for us just the end of that game, the entire sequence, what's going on in your team comms? When do you guys realize you have it?
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously with how they drafted their comp, they, sorry, they obviously completely outranged us. So, you know, you started to see at the end that they started to overgroup. They weren't really playing the map. They weren't playing multiple lanes and just trying to brute force their way to a victory. And pretty much with that, you know, in the comms, we were super composed. We knew what waves we could play when we needed to get players back and, you know, force them to react to what we were doing. And then at the end, obviously, they overloaded bot. We noticed how, I mean, we tried to overchase in the jungle. I got caught, you know, haven't played against Ziggs in a while, so I guess there's a lot of that the entire game. But yeah, I mean, they were chased. Then they looked for the end. Varus was and we knew they didn't have the resources to actually look for the end. So we knew at that point when they were really desperate that, you know, we would be able to slow chase with, you know, TFRC, all that. And then, yeah, I mean, obviously, Brittany TP, Jace got a couple kills. It looked hairy for a bit, but we were able to get the win. But overall, I think we were pretty composed. We all had the situation under control, which is, you know, you don't run into those situations a lot. So it's pretty, you know, impressive. I'm proud of all my teammates that we were able to stay, you know, locked down to that situation and, you know, come up with the win.
I'm rather impressed that you say that you and your squad was composed, because we were in the caster deck. It was all hell breaking out loose across.
Yeah.
As Resolve was trying to brute force their way to an end, you guys ended up overcoming them with 2-0. I do want to ask you though, Winston. I know that unfortunately, like, last split, you didn't get the chance to compete in Proving Grounds despite having, you know, been able to qualify. And now you come back on the community perspective as unanimously the top amateur team that's in this tournament. What's this journey been like for you? And what's it like, you know, playing with this squad of 5 in Proving Grounds and really putting your best foot forward?
Yeah. At least for my journey, I mean, I kind of have talked to, you know, different people about this. And I think it was when, I mean, obviously I've gotten, you know, slim opportunities and I've played with, you know, really good players throughout my career, especially like early on in my career with, you know, TSM and then SF with all those vets and all that. And I was able to learn a lot, except the more I started to kind of reflect and kind of in this newer situation that I'm in with, you know, more fresh faces in Dabshin, Bradley, then also having some vets that can, you know, steer some things like Brendan Nero that I've been able to like really, it's kind of interesting because you'd think that when you play with more experienced, smarter players, people that have accomplished so much, that, you know, they would be able to lead you in the right direction, teach you the things in order to make you as best of a player as you can be. But I kind of find that the more that, you know, I started being able to take control of what I want to do and kind of just learning for myself and then dictating the game by my own pace and not having kind of others steer me in direction, mind control me to do different things, that, you know, in terms of the improvement, the overall gameplay, like I really have a strong understanding for how I go into every game, how, you know, how everything's gonna play out. And you saw like in the early games of these two games, like even in this last game, how obviously it didn't. I wasn't able to make much of an impact, but early on I had a 2-level lead. I was able to get adoption in the right places at the right time, to get that lead over Fnatic early. So I mean, in terms of my individual gameplay and how I'm able to communicate with my teammates and how we're able to progress the game, I feel a lot more confident, especially at this stage of my career, which is as I was saying, ironic because I'm in a fresher environment, not having obviously as much experience to kind of guide me. But sometimes I think players, I mean, different players learn differently, and I think some players, especially me, were just an example of one of those players who kind of needed to get out of the lashes and be able to play their own game. And I think that's why I'm thriving right now.
I know a lot of people talk about how much easier it is to learn kind of by teaching, by taking a leadership role in something and explaining what you want to do to others. What's that been like on the team? How's your communication? How are you building your game plans as a roster coming into games?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in terms of, just going into the game, I think we have a strong game plan of how we want to attack every other team. I mean, I know we play 100 in Academy next, and I have a lot of friends over there in Puma. We know how we're already going to beat them, so we're looking at the next one. But in terms of kind of how we go into matches and just learn different things, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different. We've kind of gone to that point, like as a team, where transparency, where emotions don't really kind of affect, and everyone knows that what we're saying is coming from like righteous place. Everyone wants the best for the team, so when those tough talks have to happen, when things need to change in order to get on the same page, we're kind of at that point as a team that we're kind of able to embrace that, and that's why we've seen, like, for example, like me and Daption, I think that we've really gone on the same page, and I've gotten him to really see how how we progress these games, how it's strong, how we can take over the map as as a duo, getting Bradley involved in those different teaching aspects. And it's really cool because, like, obviously I think Daption said this multiple times, but Arrow's really helped him in terms of his laning phase, what he needs to accomplish outside of lane, different matchups. And I think that Brandini being a strong voice, always reassuring Bradley of what he's doing in the game. It's kind of just how this roster kind of functions. Is just it's been really good, and hopefully you'll be able to see that going forward in the future matches.
We already.
I was going to say, if you're teasing more, we've already seen quite a bit. So I'm excited for that. I also like how you snuck in. Like, we already have a plan to beat 100A, in passing. That was cool. So I can't wait to try and see that on stage. We do have to let you go, but I do want to give you one last opportunity to give any thank yous or shout outs, or possibly birthday shout outs from people on your team.
Yeah, so I mean, I with the birthday shout out, obviously it's our coach's birthday, so obviously big birthday to him. Also, it's both my dad and my mom's birthday, like in this stretch of a week. So, happy birthday to them. And
party.
I mean, yeah. With that, also my brother just moved to uni. He's been with us this entire time. So it's my life is kind of going through all these different things, and I'm just thankful I'm able to have a good supporting cast, behind the scenes, not a problem like with my family and just my teammates who are super supportive and all really want to do well in this tournament. And because have the title of a semi-pro team, that's not going to stop us from, putting a show to these academy teams. So 100 academies next up, and I hope they come prepared.
I like it. Confident words, a confident interview, and a confident game. Thank you very much, Winston. We're going to go to a break, and we're going to come back with our next game tonight. TSM Academy taking on Golden Guardians.
Verizon believes everyone deserves the best. That's why we start with 5G from America's most reliable network.
Verizon 5G is next level.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need starting at $35.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
And offer the best in entertainment on select unlimited plans, like Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, as well as Discovery Plus, with a Galaxy S21 Plus 5G when you buy one. There's no reason to settle for less than the best. Only from Verizon.
Proving grounds. You're watching them. My name's TJ, joined by Cubby. Cubby, what do you have to prove?
I have to prove that I can cast just as good with a mustache as I could when I did not have one. How am I doing so far?
All right.
Okay.
The mustache, because there's more drag on your upper lip as you open it to speak. So it's like...
It's made eating things rather messy, you know. Guacamole, not a friend.
I've never thought about the mechanics of eating with a mustache, and now I wish I hadn't. Let's talk about this game. We're heading towards TSM versus Golden Guardians, both, of course, the Academy rosters, and both, of course, in the lower bracket.
Facing elimination, and we're going to have to see which team can come out on top, as I think both teams, fair to say, rather close best-of-3 series that put them here, as TSM did fall to 100A, who Wildcard Red will face up next. We just saw them win. If you missed that one, sorry for the spoilers, but go check it out for sure. And Golden Guardians dropping to EGA as well, and another close best-of-3. Games were rather one-sided each game, but, you know, it was Golden Guardians, I think, as a team, big focus on early game, and I think that's where a lot of our conversation is going to be around, at least in the early phases of these games, as Golden Guardians have been very good at getting leads. Their ability to snowball out those leads, when it looks good, they look like a great academy team, but their consistency isn't quite there yet.
They do, it feels, have a bit of a matchup advantage, though, versus TSM, because TSM tend to be a little bit slower to start, a little bit slower to get to those objectives. So Golden Guardians' fast pace gives them an advantage, I think, in the head-to-head.
And it's something that, at least in the early game, might be advantageous for the side of Golden Guardians, but as the game goes on, we've been very impressed with Onser and Cody Sun's ability to play team fights as the game goes on. And it's something that for this iteration of TSM, along with the last one, really it's kind of like the saving grace for their team, as they are the ones that do pick up late game plays, will make them work, but I think that this iteration of TSMA, this split, the big positive for me has been how much Yurson has really stepped up as a support and his ability to find engages. I'm already seeing Yurson's effect on this game in the pick ban as Alistar, champion that we don't see a ton of. It's something that TSM has a very heavy priority on, and it's already being banned away by Golden Guardians.
Yeah, let's also talk about the other elephant in the room. TSM Academy are swapping between their mid laners occasionally. It will be Takeover instead of Sword here today. Do you have any opinions on that?
We haven't seen Sword since UGP, where fun history for this match. The last time these two teams met was in UGP, the Tier 1 to re-qualify for Proving Grounds, or I should say qualify for Proving Grounds. And the last time they met, Golden Guardians did 3-1 TSM about 3 weeks ago. So, different patch, but these teams are somewhat familiar with each other, have played with each other recently. Returning to the Takeover point, if I had to oversimplify things, Takeover plays a little bit more aggressive and for himself. Sword's better at playing for the team. So he likes to play the Karma, the Galio, the Set. Now Sword has actually made leaps and bounds of improvements in terms of his own individual play this split, but Takeover is still the pop-off player that TSM feel like might have a higher ceiling with. I don't know the diagnosis or the decision being made between the starts, but we have seen them play both mid laners. It has only been Takeover for Proving Grounds, but Sword could pop in at any point.
Yeah, Takeover, of course, the top-ranked mid on the NA ladder previously, also played in the LHE, which is the Chilean LLA kind of sub-league, like you have regional leagues for the LEC. So, has plenty of competitive experience, and he's come in hot to North America. Let's talk through the picks we've got so far. Cubby, over on the Golden Guardian side, it is going to be Lee Sin and Ezreal. TSM follow it up with a Renekton and a Varus.
And for Golden Guardians that early picked Lee Sin, yeah, it's good on Rosethorn, but it's also a big deny from TSM as Hyper, really known for his Lee Sin play, coming from Illinois State University. That's where he made a name for himself, and I like the fact that Golden Guardians already indexing into that powerful mid-jungle duo. Talked about how Yunbi does like to enable Rose Thorn in these early games, and Yunbi actually getting his the champion that he is known for. As I remember last year, Scouting Grounds, he got a pentakill on Rise. He has a 75% win rate on the champion in 8 plays this season, and he will be piloting the Rise for Game 1 for Golden Guardians.
So a lot of scaling already on both teams. The Varus, the Ezreal have similarly timed power spikes in the mid game. And then you've got this Syndra v Rise kind of clocking up into the late game. The difference is Golden Guardians, who normally have a little bit more emphasis on earlier play, do have that Lee Sin already waiting to make an impact on the first couple of minutes. What else do you want to see them add? Do they lean into the late game and use the Lee Sin as a bridge? Or should they pivot back into what they do best?
I'm kind of curious to see what jungler TSM takes, because they're saving counterpick most likely for Yurson. But because the Syndra was matched instead, or the mid lane was matched instead of the jungle, this does enable TSM or Golden Guardians to take a few junglers away from TSM to try and help that Lee Sin matchup. So Xin Zhao already taken off the table, and those bans from TSM may look a little bit funky, but Niles, amazing gangplank player, also loves to play the Kled, especially in that matchup versus Renekton. So trying to force Niles onto something like Gnar, a champion that is a very common matchup we see for the Renekton lane, but not something that we see Niles lean towards as much. Would rather play the Brawlers, where he really finds his strength.
Yeah, the Jace, the Aurelia, what he has been real good at this split, both of them on the ban list here, as TSM Academy will go, like we were talking about, for the jungle pick first, and it does appear to be a Volibear. Golden Guardians, not sure what to make of that hover.
This could easily be an Ornn from Niles, as his Ornn, fun fact, actually 7-0 this split. So potentially putting the undefeated record on the line, as that is going to be locked in. Very decent matchup into the Renekton. Niles, of course, is known for his carry play, his brawler play, but is actually a fantastic Ornn as well. So excited to see him pilot that one, hopefully successfully. And now Newbie's going to have to blind a support. Rakan could be an option, but that's a pretty beefy front line, so I could see him opt for something like a Braum to play a little bit more defense.
We'll go for the Rakan. Newbie wanting to get aggressive here. TSM Academy still shuffling through their own final pick here. But I do like the Nautilus, and it will be locked in, so there we have it. TSM scaling into a brawly mid-game front-to-back composition, protecting the Syndra and that Varus in the back lines. Golden Guardians matching them with a little bit more lightweight early game composition, with that late game scaling coming from the Ornn from the Rise.
Yeah, Golden Guardians will outscale in this matchup, so I really want to keep our eyes on the Yurson in the early game, as I think that Yurson, a support that's really emerged and impressed a lot of people because of his ability to find angles, to find engages that no other support in Academy, like we've seen. I mean, this guy, some of the engages that he's able to find on Nautilus, or the pockets of vision that he's able to navigate through to find game-winning angles for TSM, is very impressive. And him and Cody saw it. They have a tough task going up against Prismal and Newbie, but definitely a strong bot lane that we have in Academy, one that looks for 2v2 kills early. So curious to see where Hyper path or the Nautilus things. I've gagged so options for Hyper in this early game.
So here we go, the rematch, the elimination match now. Golden Guardians won this last time 3-1. Now, Proving Grounds is on the line as we head into Golden Guardians versus TSM Academy.
Find that, TJ? It was wonderful.
Yeah. No, we have a great producer Pine, and so I just trusted her whole heart, knew it was going to happen. We do have a really exciting storyline as well, along with Yursan. I say exciting, that's maybe overselling how good I feel about it. Yursan got on Twitter earlier today. If you want to find the tweets, he's at TSM_Yursan. And thanked his fans for following him, for supporting him while he's been here as part of the NA system. Previously, of course, he played in the PCS, and he's acknowledging that if this goes poorly, if he doesn't return on the TSM rosters next year, this could be his final game in North America.
Yeah, it's kind of a somber post to read, but hey, TSM, they do have the chance to make sure this isn't your son's final games with a win.
Oh no. Hubby has just vanished from the face of the planet, so I'll keep going as though he's here. Covey, you really like my fill, right? And then he's not going to answer. And I know I've won. TSM are playing this early game slow as we expected. No crazy invades. All of that aggression would have to come from Rosethorn, who steps up and gets things done. And Rosethorn has been one of those players, we were talking earlier in the other match about the kind of leaps and bounds that players are earning their redemption by. Rosethorn has been one of those players who, on his initial arrival into Academy, into competitive play, was criticized a great deal, but he's cleaned up his play and looked better and better every single game. He's easily one of the most improved players, and I'm very excited to see him take to the Rift here. So much of the early game from Golden Guardians revolving around him.
And we're gonna have to see.
Ooh, Cubby, you're alive!
Yeah, it's, you know, internet's, it's something. As the Midwest gives us a few surprises here and there, but should be good to go for this one. I definitely don't want to leave you on your own, TJ. I'm the one that has to keep you in check, you know?
What's going on in the Midwest?
Just, you know, internet tomfoolery. Just trying to make things interesting. And I'm actually bummed.
Like, who's trying to stop you? Who's censoring you, Cubby?
Stay tuned to find out in the next episode.
Cubby does not have an answer. He has returned, though. So I was talking a little bit about Rosethorn's journey and how important he is, of course, to this matchup as Golden Guardians' main source of value during the early game.
And that's something that I caught up with Rosethorn beforehand, and something that he actually talked a lot about, you know, dropping the lower bracket, obviously being a bummer. Losing your Raptors here, also going to be a bummer, as Yorsan making good use of the early priority. And TSM almost setting up an early double crab, but something that Rosethorn was pretty confident in is he said, you know, we don't want to underestimate this team, because players like Honster, players like Cody Sun, have historically really ramped up during this time when push comes to shove. And he feels like their opportunity to win, where they might have an advantage, is in the mid-game. He feels very confident in his team's mid-game, and so it'll be a challenge for them to try and navigate this mid-game, as the early spikes from Renekton, Volibear, Syndra, Varus, they do spike earlier than Golden Guardians champions. So I have to see if they can lose gracefully and play out this one correctly, as Niles seems to be doing a good job of that, at least early, as taking advantage of this matchup. Ornn versus Renekton, who said this is something that Niles is very comfortable on. He's 7-0 on this champion. This is his 8th play.
You were giving me flashbacks for a while to Academy Rush, if you remember that. Where it was only solo casters all of the time. Hunter in trouble here, playing defense against Niles, but he calls in aid, and Niles flashes into the alcove. Does have backup on the way, both in the TP and the roam. Niles will find the knock-up, staying alive versus Hyper, forces Haunter to re-engage, and that opens things up for Rosethorn, but the TP's cancelled, so it feeds into a double kill. As Rosethorn and Niles both fall, and Yunbi cannot join the fight.
Oh, and Rosethorn, he was stun-knocked. He couldn't get the second proc of the Sonic Wave off, as Niles just trying to buy as much time as possible. Forces the flash out of Hyper, does get the knock-up, but from here, watch Rosethorn just get stun-knocked. He couldn't get the Sonic Wave off. He's trying to get the execute damage off possible. Oh, man, he goes for the auto on Hyper instead of Haunter. I think he was trying to auto-Q, but Haunter, the stun came up in time, and the auto comes up in time. Everything comes up TSM A's way as Rosethorn goes down. An early double kill in the pockets of Haunter, someone that has been a huge carry for TSM when they have had success.
Bold choice by our production team to show his soul leaving his body. I don't know how I feel about that, to be perfectly honest with you.
You know, he went into the wrong area of the zoo. Found an angry croc, angry bear.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, not good for these Sin.
A lot of dangerous animals on the loose, so TSM decided to eliminate at least one of them. The dragon. I'm going to get rid of this mountain drake, uncontested with that tempo advantage they just worked out. And this threatens what Golden Guardians have been pretty good at all split, which is controlling the first couple of minutes a game.
And for the side of TSM, this is the start that they needed for this team composition, TJ. As Syndra, Renekton, Volibear, the 1 to 2 item spikes for all these champions, and before that as well. Very powerful, and it's a way to get around the ornaments. You know, if Ornn ever able to get those items, right? Good way to navigate through that. So TSM, in fact, they've been able to put this together early. Very good sign as you see how positive and how easy it is for Hauntzer to push Ornn around in this match, given the fact that he was granted a double wave lead and had red buff for a while in this thing.
And you did call it out, Niles undefeated so far on this champion. This split. And already I think at risk a little bit, as Hauntzer has gone 2-0 up and started bullying him.
And for Niles and for the rest of Golden Guardians, they really have to weather the storm here. As you can see, TSM trying to push the pace, trying to push the tempo, as Hyper has level 6 over Rosethorn, so that level advantage is going to try and get Frisky, take the blue buff.
Rosethorn in, does not get the blue buff. Hyper outsmites him, and Rosethorn is forced to flash over the wall. Takeover nearly finds him anyway, dropping the ultimate to chase, and this has gone very bad for Golden Guardians.
For the side of TSM, everything's coming up their way as it's a 2k gold lead, TJ. And really, Golden Guardians, the fact that they are getting milked out of some of those summoner spells, it means that they don't have the playmaking potential throughout. Not only does Hyper get the blue buff there, also gets the Gromp, sticks around, and might even threaten a dive onto Niles. Does have ult to cancel out that turret.
Man, Takeover is doing such a good job as well. Like, he's had an incredible amount of impact on the map for somebody that doesn't have any kills yet. Roaming down, supporting the roams from Hyper, cancelling the teleport from Yunbi. Just incredible work. Something that,
when it comes to Takeover and his play, really has had to up his play in terms of the team play, right? And mostly individual mechanics we're seeing from him so far, but it is good to see him helping out the rest of his team, as taking advantage of that counter pick. TP cancel was critical, making sure that 2-for-0 went over the side of Hauntzer.
Who is that? Observer.
Cody's son taking a sidestep. No, he canceled the recall.
Yeah, but I wanted to follow the true shot.
Oh, you wanted to go all the way.
Yeah.
Next
the point of having talented observers if we don't follow the true shot.
Put in the request, we've got you. I say we, I have no say in this, but, you know, we'll see.
Yeah, you do, Cubby. They listen to you. Nobody listens to me. Oh, Rosethorn, that was clean. Nice little bit of kiting in the jungle here. As he tries to mitigate what was a disastrous early game, how do you feel about Golden Guardians' kind of chances of turning around this 2k gold deficit at this point, at the 10-minute mark?
They've got to bide their time, and they have to be careful around TSM, as you can see those level 6 marks coming in as... Oh!
Do it! Show me!
Here we go.
He's channeling, or Observer's channeling as well. Yeah! Woo!
He torch, baby. That's how it's done.
Thank you very much. That was perfect. Oh, beautiful. Extra little 10% on top. Let's put in the whipped cream on top of the sundae.
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Me and the Observer casting together. I don't need you anymore, Cover.
I tried to make that a reality earlier, TJ.
Yeah, that's true. We are resetting to a neutral state, which is good for Golden Guardians who are trying to extend this game. Cody's son called out by Rosethorn. Rosethorn will find the kick. The Ignite's ticking, but he does not have the kill.
Ezreal does go wide. Good attempt from Prismal. Good play there from Rosethorn to at least force Cody's son out of the jungle. He'll be able to take some camps for himself, but the fact that kicks down, wasn't able to find the play. Hyper still gets the Rift Herald for himself, and this top lane turret, Hauntzer, with that early lead, has already been putting the work in, so this should be first brick going over to the side of TSM as Hyper sprinting up here to take away the top side camps of Rosethorn, who will not be able to respond in time. Good play still coming out from TSM early.
Hyper pressing in behind all of this.
Drop it. Oh no. It's just chilling.
Lo-fi vibes to kill Gromp too. And I do want to go back to that play onto Cody's son. He did, of course, burn Flash, burn Heal, both the Cody's son summoners. get him very low, have to recall. But not getting the kill for Rosethorn, as I think he did quite rightly realize that he wasn't going to be able to finish it before all the other pressure in the area collapsed upon him, means that TSM get the Rift Herald in exchange for that little bit of aggression showing on the map. And we're booking a ticket to the really late game if this Rift Herald finds any kind of value.
I think Golden Guardians would appreciate booking that ticket, though. It's what they need at this point, as they are still going to have to survive the siege of TSM. As you can see, they're already trying to set up the Dragon stacking. They took the early Drake first. Already trying to fix their lanes so that they have Shove, can get this next one as Prismo is on a reset. And there should be the second Dragon on time, as TSM playing on schedule, trying to make this early game team comp turn it into an early game win. Be the second Dragon, and guess what, TJ? It's a Cloud Dragon, so we can't get Cloud Rift, baby.
I'm so excited. We got an Ocean Rift. Oh, man. Between that and following True Shots, broadcast is getting better and better.
TJ relies on the production value of whatever soul we get. That's how TJ rates the broadcast.
There's a little deer.
Yeah. A little nature view. You might be getting a live action view on some violence here in the bot lane, as Rosethorn was setting up to try and threaten.
I love that for him.
But TSM were standing far enough back where, at least I think this was going to happen, is Newbie.
Ooh,
Nice.
Very good interrupt from Yursan. That saves Cody Sutton's life, and Yursan flashes away on top of it. That was clean.
He had the counter pick at support. We see a lot of Leona into Rakan, but Yursan going for his tried and trusted Nautilus. Definitely something he indexes more into, and seeing why there is that was played beautifully by the support of TSM and saves the first proactive play for Golden Guardians. It also makes sure that this first brick goes over to Haunter and Hyper, as they're going to try and get 2 crashes out of this one.
Yeah, and this was the thing I was talking about being worried for. TSM with this Rift Herald do find a turret and a half, and that's a lot of gold into their pockets. Golden Guardians have yet to really find a response on the map, so the kind of point at which they can contest this keeps getting moved later and later into the game. They need to last longer and longer in order to properly be able to fight. And that's not great, obviously, for Golden Guardians.
I know that we're very complimentary of Golden Guardians and their ability to play out early games and play well in the mid game, try and secure those leads. But TSM, this early game they put together,
incredible.
It was something that with UGP, it improved throughout the tournament, and it's good to see some of that improvement coming to fruition here, as it's been very clean. I mean, even Hyper holding on to that Rift Herald ends up cashing out in the end as they get that second charge and do a lot of damage to that inner turret, which Haunter, if any more mistakes are made from Golden Guardians, Haunter can always take that down and get another 650 gold in his pocket. Says he's already out of control big. Finished Gore Drinker, completed Cole. When he bases, he's going to have another component and probably complete a Bootstone as well. He's going to be a big problem in the side lane in this game. And even Order scales well in the matchup. That timer, as you mentioned, CJ, is getting pushed further and further back.
Hyper will be roaming through the jungle, getting bigger and bigger as well, which I raise because you've got a very tanky front line in the TSM late game. They're going to be engaging on you with Volibear, and okay, Rosethorn walking right up into the bear pen, and he's just gone. Rosethorn's just dead.
Good calculation there from Hyper. Flashing preemptively, knowing his damage. Up a level, up an item. Takes advantage of that Divine Sunder, Volibear, and Hyper continues to drive home this lead that was granted originally by the play they made at the top side, granted by the cancel the teleport on takeover, as TSM just keep on putting the clamps on Golden Guardians, not allowing them to scale, not allowing them to farm for free. Good play coming out from the Academy team, as props to Hyper. He knows his limits here. He's played this 1v1 before, TJ.
Yeah, Hyper just playing a fighting game real quick.
Slam.
Ooh. And the preemptive flash you were talking about, mitigating Rosethorn's ability to escape. He realizes too late, he can't get out. There's already a ward inside that bush. And it's a very, very clean kill. Golden Guardians lose their jungler again, and my point was going to be, it's really hard to gain access to Takeover on Cody Sun in the face of this front line. And now that Rosethorn is so far behind, doubly so.
The saving graces for Golden Guardians and dealing with that front line, it will be Ezreal poke combined with the ability for Yunbi on Rise to just try and control the fight. As Ezreal needs time to do damage against the front line that TSM has, and each play that TSM makes, that time just keeps on decreasing.
Yeah!
We have another dragon spawning here soon, TJ, and as we follow this true shot barrage into the base of TSM, 30 seconds till the dragon, no more time to base for TSM, as they're going to try actually secure the second Rift Herald to sync this up with the dragon timer, as this continues to be a beautiful early game from TSM. And Golden Guardians still struggling to find any footing in this one.
Rift Herald will be picked up by TSM as the lead continues to grow, like you were talking about. And here's what I was saying earlier. Yeah, Golden Guardians do have this late game. They do have the Ezreal poke, they do have the Rise. But how long do we need to wait for that to come online? The answer keeps getting longer. You know?
It's got to be 25, 30 minutes at this point. And TSM are going to force a fight earlier than that by taking this third dragon. Will force Golden Guardians to contest the rest, as they are deciding to drop this. Just make sure they get waves in on the top side and make sure Niles gets a little bit more gold in his system. He's trying to rival a pre-18-minute Sterex coming out from Haunter's Renekton, and that is very early. Yeah, it's a big croc.
I don't think you're talking about the zoo. I don't think this is an escaped zoo crocodile. This is one of those New York sewer crocodiles.
It's where the croc eats the zoo.
Oh, yeah. Nope. Sorry, I just immediately agreed with that. Is that a thing that happens?
No, but, you know, depends on if who's directing the movie.
Sure.
Little Steven Spielberg, Jurassic Park, except there's a croc.
Yeah, I don't think that's as good a movie. I think the point of Jurassic Park is that they're dinosaurs, and everyone's like, whoa, there's dinosaurs.
Steven Spielberg plus dinosaurs equals undefeated, you know?
Sure. Separate point, but okay. We're a minute 40 seconds away from the Baron, 4 minutes away from what would be the Ocean Soul, both of which could be points by which TSM Academy force a fight. And a fight that Golden Guardians are as yet unequipped to take.
And I think for Golden Guardians, the things that they were waiting for in terms of itemization, the first one just hit, and that's Mirror Mana on Prismal combined with Sunderer. So Prismal has the potential to poke out this very beefy front line and at least try and mitigate the health they'll be starting the fight with. The real challenge, though, is that they're very far behind, and it's so hard for Rosethorn and Newbie to find an angle as they're going to try and find one now.
Niles throws out the call. The board's gone. Oh, what a good true shot. They find Cody's son right at the start of the fight. Can they get more from this? Golden Guardians, a kill up, basically unscathed. Haunter and Takeover looking for an angle in, but they don't want to take the 4v5. And so Golden Guardians just assassinate Cody's son and get away with it.
They also got his flash, so this is something that we talked about how TSM, they have 3 dragons to their name. This flash will not be up for the next dragon fight, so they can look to punish this again as Cody's son not able to flash over that wall. Just means that he goes down in the end as Rosethorn is able to follow through on that Sonic Wave. Your summon can only cancel one person. That one not invested, but something invested wisely, and now opens up a window for Golden Guardians to try and punish that again.
Really, really well played by Golden Guardians, recognizing that they don't have enough damage to take a full 5-on-5 team fight, and instead being able to find an angle for that 1v1, for the isolated pickup.
We can't press R on the 5 people, but we can press R onto one person.
If 5 of us press R onto one person.
Good.
Yeah.
Got him made. Exactly what Golden Guardians did there. I'm going to try and emulate that, especially with Cody's son's flash now being down. It's going to force TSM to try and hover. Viper's posturing very aggressively as TSM are grouped up as 5. They're going to try and take down the Sturd now.
5v2, nearly 3 as Rosethorn is in the area, but the answer is still clear as day. Golden Guardians back away, give up that mid-turret.
Does give Yunbi some time in the side lane. As Yunbi, the other item spike I was going to highlight when I said Golden Guardians were waiting for a few items to be completed before they fight, would be the completed Seraph's Embrace onto Yunbi. who, after this wave and just breathing on that tower a little bit, should have that one ready to go in his bank account. Give it a love tap.
That's enough. Turret goes down. We are 1 minute and 15 seconds away from a team fight, essentially. As that would be Ocean Soul to TSM if they did win the fight around it, so Golden Guardians must contest. So every little bit of gold that Yunbi can add before that fight is very important.
And Yunbi, of course, on this rise, will be a threat in the side lane for the rest of these games. TSM does have the opportunity to try and overcommit onto him, burning flashes and taking him down, but they have to send multiple members. Because right now, multiple members of each team trying to get that reset in before this Ocean Drake fight. This would be Soul for TSM, so a big one for Golden Guardians. A must-win, perhaps. They try and crawl back into this game.
Yunbi's recall just got interrupted. He's actually getting chased away up there in the top lane by Hanser. I don't think he's in any danger, but he needs to back and buy up, and that means he's going to be late to this dragon. 18 seconds. That could be very important as the fight starts without him. Here's the TP. He'll join this fight. Already very low HP, but Hanser Hyper, they will join the action now and be able to regenerate some of that on the fly.
So Hyper got chunked out, but Niles, he can regen a lot of it on the fly because he's going to base and TP back into this one. So already a health bar advantage going over to Golden Guardians as they take control of the river based on that TP. Hyper is low health, and Golden Guardians might just try to force this dragon down, and they get it for free.
Yunbi buys Seraph's Embrace off of that back wheel we're hyping up, and he does so much damage now. That dragon just vanishes in a puff of blue smoke, and Golden Guardians take their first Drake of the game, their first fight of the game.
And Golden Guardians needed it too. They stepped up, they made that play happen, and talking with Rosethorn before these, he said, we'll get to the mid game. I feel like that's where we're a good team. That's where we can beat these guys, and they've done that. They have those first item spikes now with the scaling advantage team comp, and that was a very good play to chunk out Hyper. Niles using his health bar as a resource, then using TP to get back. Good team play coming out from Golden Guardians to keep them in this one.
Very good team play indeed. And it's the second time we've seen a very, very clean team fight out of Golden Guardians, the other being that assassination onto Cody's son. And that gives me some hope after an early game that was defined by a little bit of miscommunication. Perhaps Golden Guardians coming into this late game get their heads back into it. It was just nerves. They're ready to go.
And for Golden Guardians now, you can see how the landscape of the Rift has changed. Not from the Ocean Drake, but just from the fact that Golden Guardians were able to secure that last Ocean Drake. Look at how much more control they have on the Rift. They're actually able to contest sides. They're not seeding every camp, every turret like TSM was able to take previously. And this 1k gold deficit, gold-wise, is honestly not that bad for Golden Guardians. Like the Guardians, especially considering the fact that Ezreal has that evolved tier. Same with Rise. Ornaments are starting to come on in. This is a pretty close game we have on the scoreboard.
Very close. TSM had the lead the entire early game, but it is Golden Guardians fought their way back into this with a series of well-coordinated team fights. Kind of inverse to our series-setting expectations, Cubby.
I thought you were about to say kind of inverse to the last series we had.
Also true.
The last game we had.
Also true.
I'm still not recovered from that. I'm going to be honest.
I don't think anyone is. Here's the push from Prismal in the mid lane. Just getting a little bit frisky. We are 2 minutes away from that next Drake. Neither team feels comfortable starting the Baron. And lots of vision around here for Golden Guardians, even though TSM are walking this way. They certainly won't get a free chance to start it, to burn it.
At this point of the game, though, it feels like Golden Guardians are controlling all three lanes. Ornn is scaled into this matchup against Renekton. Prismal can just free poke mid, and then matching your son for Yuumi on a side lane's tough as ult
Holy son. That was cheeky. Answer here to punish as the turret falls in the mid lane. Niles eats the damage. Yunbi realm warps in. Mid turret dies. Yunbi doesn't have damage. Yurson flashes forward, isolating a kill with the depth charge, but Prismal will back away successfully. TSM lose a turret to some very good posturing from Golden Guardians.
They also burned the TP from Takeover to try and contest that one, so that will not be available for the Dragon fight, which is another target that Golden Guardians can look to poke, chip out. And things are getting harder and harder. That's an Anathema's Chains now for Niles. You can limit the damage on Varus quite a bit. Looks like he might use it on Syndra as well, so we can index full armor after that. And it's another ornament coming through now for Prismal on this Divine Sunderer. So it's a 400 gold deficit for Golden Guardians on the scoreboard, but you got to deal with these Ornn items now being completed. They're actually up in gold coming into this next dragon, making this Ocean Soul even more important for TSM to secure on this spawn.
And it's also, of course, important to recognize the power spikes. Yunbi win a lot of damage right now.
He's got 300 creeps at the 27-minute mark.
Yeah.
Holy smoke, this guy's power farm. He's on a mission.
Yunbi absolutely killing it.
I feel like for Yunbi, it's like one of those solo queue games where it's just like a tough start. It's like, sorry guys, I'm muting all. See you on the other side. And he blasts the music.
Lane, put on some music, turn on Spotify.
Yeah. He's zooming.
You know it's bad when you pull out the Spotify playlist and just start clicking, clearing CS.
Yeah. And, I mean, for Golden Guardians, it's paid off as Yunbi.
Ooh, in trouble. Your son nearly isolates him. Depth charge will connect, but he's back to safety by that time. Flash is blown, though. It's very clear TSM understand that Yunbi must be focused down. And Yunbi...
But that's it. They can't contest this next dragon. That's their engage tool down. Your son's their best way to engage fights, so they're trying to retreat into the Baron Pit, trying to threaten it, but Golden Guardians have the crab. So that means that TSM come up with nothing. And Golden Guardians get the second dragon of their game now, for free, off of one flash being burned by Yunbi, because it was a failed engage from TSM.
We'll check it. Very nice follow production. We'll check the Baron Pit just in case, at Golden Guardians. And indeed, there's nobody in it.
And TSM, they do knock down that top inner turret, but I'm not sure that Haunter actually got the local gold for that, which of course was super juiced. Like a Draven axe follow through passive, you know.
What?
Bad reference. If you saw the last game, you know what I mean.
Yeah, sure. I just didn't follow. It's fine. Everyone tries some things, Cubby. Sometimes they don't work out. I've been there. Wow.
That's Ryze in the side lane. He's level 16 now. That's a buff overload as Yunbi. This is a champion that he really made a name for himself off of when he was making his climb through the Scouting Ground circuit last year. He went up big in this one as Rosethorn getting chased down, but TSM can't get in range.
Yeah, Rosethorn was just kind of shadowing there, making sure there wasn't someone cutting off Yunbi by running down the river. It's a really good team play again, and it enables Yunbi to step up. I'm a little worried for him, because there are 3 players down there contesting. Poke down the mid lane, I guess?
I mean, that is the poke that Prismal would take if he's a Varus Q. But Prismal actually building very defensively here, TJ. He has opted for both Glacial Shroud and the Hexdrinker, trying to survive both Syndra and Cody's Sun poke. Which means that, yeah, Prismal can do things like that. Arcane Shift in and not be scared as Niles.
Cool, the Forge gone. Nice. We now see 2 ultimates blown down the mid lane to do about equivalent damage.
They crash the wave top. It's all worth it, right? That wave's dying right now to that turret. That's how slow this game is, TJ. We're trading alts for waves.
Yeah! It's League of Legends, baby!
How does the LCK do it, man? I don't know.
I mean, LCK is pretty fast these days, nah.
Not the games I saw.
You can definitely still catch bad games, but...
Well, what I like is that there's like the group handshake. Like, we're going to fight every objective no matter what. But then we don't fight besides that, as your son will have to flash out. Got out trying to sweep some vision on the Baron Pit, and I like what Golden Guardians are doing, TJ. Just keep on leading out individual summoners, individual ultimates.
They see this back. They just stole that back.
They don't let it go. They want the Ocean Dragon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
rotate down.
Base. But Prismal is in base now with a completed Frozen Heart, so yet again, Golden Guardians continue to scale, continue to chill. Only down 1k gold. Who cares at this point? Feels like they're up in the game, especially with the stopwatches coming through. it shows you how important this next fight is for Golden Guardians. A huge investment from them, buying those 3 stopwatches on your screen. Another 5v5, Niles.
Eats the chain of corruption, and it's tasty. He'll turn the tables with an excellent call. The Forge God just splitting this fight. He leaves Yursan and Hyper out to dry. Haunter tries to get in, and he's burned down. Prismal, Yunbi, alive and thriving in the back lines. They pump out the damage, annihilate Yursan's massive HP bar, and they're turning their realm warping right into the Baron pit.
They brought a few minions with them, too, as this is going to melt at the hands of Rise. Look at the damage the Golden Guardians are putting down. That's a free Baron for them off the back of a fight where the support only goes down. Look at how quick Golden Guardians punish that. And at the perfect time, too, because guess what, TJ? 1 minute, 15 seconds away from that Ocean Dragon. They must stop the soul from TSM, which feels like their only chance to really scale into the game with Golden Guardians. And it feels like it's too late for TSM, as dominant as the first 20 minutes of the game were. Golden Guardians have bounced back in a way that's just as dominant, and with their comp are looking good to win this game.
Haunter did collect 70 gold there from wards, though. So, checkmate.
That's where we're at. As the singular kill going over to GG. That's enough to open things up, and this engage onto Prismal, I think it was trying to find Yunbi, but Haunter or Hyper, they just aren't there in enough time. And this split fight from TSM allows the backliners of Golden Guardians to just fire off spell after spell. If Prismal, the Arcane shifted back there, just staying safe, he goes forward, I think they could have wiped that fight even harder. As now they're just using that Baron, using the strength they have in their comp now to choke TSM out of the bot side jungle, make sure that Ocean Dragon isn't an outside win condition. They're starting the siege.
I do want to flag Haunter in that bottom lane, still threatening, ready to siege against the turret. Niles, who did so good as part of the team fight in that last fight, now needs to catch the wave. He does have a teleport. Drake's up, and Rosethorn's just soloing it. Nobody nearby. It's free for Golden Guardians.
And this choice for Golden Guardians, as weird as it sounds, kind of going back in time, it seems like we have a little bit of time. 3 sets are coming out from each team. Golden Guardians' choice to drop the 3rd Drake while risky really feels like it paid off, DJ. Because, fighting that dragon at that time, that's a tough decision for teams to make. One that happens very often in comps. Do we fight this? Do we let it go? Because it does put you on the clock. Every 5 minutes, you have to be at bot side river. Make sure that that Ocean Soul doesn't go over. Golden Guardians taking that risk, it paid off tenfold. And I think it was the right choice from them, given all the scaling that they have in their composition. It's really neutralized what TSM wanted to do in this game, which was brawl early. That fall.
Yunbi from the bush, will have to flash away, is caught by the death charge, but he's able to get to safety. And Haunter blows Dominus here. We'll see if it gets him out. Call the Forge God finds 2. Hyper furthest forward. True Shot chunks down Cody-san. Haunter is split. Realm warped. Try and bring Yunbi closer to the action. Hyper, Haunter, the 2 tanks eat the damage, and Hyper is dropped down below half HP. As Golden Guardians win the skirmish, and they're going to start taking turrets.
It was all ruse. Prismal, he's there as... Oh. I think your son just had the Hex Flash bug, where you Hex Flash and then use your actual flash.
Yeah,
that's a bug.
I did see that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I did as well, as that's a big cooldown out of the pockets from the TSM Academy support. That flash, maybe one of the only things that could save and engage is, I think, flashing onto Yunbi is the only way that TSM has a chance to win the fight, considering how much damage the Rise is pumping out at this point of the game, TJ, and the fact that Yunbi did burn his flash to dodge out on that last engage.
To see what they can make do. Hyper gets a thumbs up.
Just spite them.
Start says, very cool, dude. Uh-oh. Okay, we're fine. Rosethorn playing uncomfortably close to the edge there.
Is he, though? Is Prismal at this point, with the Maw and the Frozen Heart now completed, I really don't think Ezreal can die this game. This Ezreal is going to be doing whatever he wants in these fights against TSM. And I think Prismal is like going to have to try on purpose to die at this point in the game.
Yeah.
He is very tanky.
I do also want to highlight Rabadon's finished for Yunbi, so...
Oh boy.
If you thought his damage was big earlier, may I introduce you to bigger damage?
Good. An old friend.
Really?
Yeah.
Thought you were a Braum man. Niles, In the side lane,
Blades,
soloing.
man.
Haunter here, Yursan and Codyson come in. Niles recognizes the situation. He's stunned out of the core of the Forge God. True shot wide as well. TSM, you're not going to get a better chance than this. Here they go. Niles, half HP already. Oh dear, Yursan's just blown up though. Yunbi arrives in the fight, and it is terrifying. Half HP on Prismal, but he's fine. Dealing damage, knocking Haunter into GA. He's isolated, will be out of the GA, threatening Yunbi again, but shut down by Prismal. Rosethorn too far forward, will be able to come out of stasis with a kick. Yunbi and Newbie now both dead. 2 for 3. Hyper needs to step forward. Him and Codyson do not. They back away here.
TSM, I think you called it out, TJ. That was their best opportunity to try and come back in this game, and flashes blown from both solo laners. They still lose out on the fight, lose out on the GA from Haunter as well. And keep in mind, those are sums now down for the next Dragon fight, as it's up to the side of TSM to try and punish these, as Prismal... I like this build this game. It's a low damage team composition he's going up against, so going the double tank items and just enabling yourself to walk up as much as you can as the Ezreal, I think it's really worked out well for the side of Golden Guardians, as Prismal gets to play so aggressively with these items, as we're going way back in time.
Yeah, check this out. It's a time machine to the mid-game fight. This was...
I don't think have we seen this fight?
Oh, it's brand new?
Brand spanking new.
Okay.
All right. Oh, Cody.
Getting absolutely wrecked in the side of that fight.
It's a trailer.
Okay.
Yeah. We were talking about movies earlier.
I think I'm in a Christopher Nolan movie. I'm struggling to keep track of everything. What are the timelines?
Now we just need really loud music to play over us.
Hold up, here it is. It was a preview. Oh my god. What? Coming!
Here we go. You get the cheat code for this. Now you know what to do.
Alright, I'm ready. Isolated in the side lane. It's going to be big trouble here for Haunter as Rosethorn springs the trap onto him alongside Yunbi. They're going to melt him down. But in the meantime, mid lane, Call the Forge God goes wide and Niles steps up. He'll be burned down by Hyper. Newbie dances through the fight and Hyper is isolated. Now he's in real trouble and will go down as soon as he comes out the other side. So Rosethorn dives into the back lines, threatening Yursan. This true shot chunks Cody low, but they're not going to be able to find a kill.
And this could be Ocean Soul for Golden Guardians Academy if they wanted to retreat, but there is no going backwards from them, only forwards as they take down 2. They feel like that might be enough to take the game, or at least an inhibitor. Going to be doing some manicuring of the base here against TSM Academy, and Golden Guardians, props to them. This is what we saw Resolve try and do in Game 1 of the day against Wildcard, right? Take that scaling. Wait for the game to break out. Wait for the levels to get in your favor. They were not successful, but Golden Guardians Academy here have been very successful in playing out this scaling comp, and really off the back of Prismal's play. And his build, he can play so aggressively, no one can take him down on the side of TSM. It's so difficult for them at this point. Prismal just free firing upon him. Golden Guardians taking everything they want.
We just want the replay thing, but it says preview in the top corner.
Okay, I feel like we need the same replay again. And then it really does feel like Tenet, you know? Like, go, like, through, like, the doors.
All right, we're folding the timelines.
Yes.
What is it? It's a temporal pincer maneuver.
Yeah, that's it.
Ocean Soul complete for Golden Guardians. As they do look towards this Baron.
A temporal pincer.
Yeah.
Someone got paid to come up with that phrase. It was pretty good. I could not do that on my own.
It's Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan paid himself to come up with that phrase.
Play the loud music with lots of strings.
Also that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It didn't make sense if you thought about it, but I enjoyed it.
Very
Niles, you'll step up here. Send us reviews of Tenet. Yursan in trouble as the true shot chunks through the team. Niles comes out a little behind as Codyson finds some good value at the very back of this fight.
He does have the Warmogs, so he will be able to regen now, as that doesn't feel very fair. Not to mention Ocean Soul. That's a flash. That's a dead there. Oh,
goodbye, Hyper. He's melted, and that, frankly, should be the game. Golden Guardians, what a performance in this game, number 1. Niles on the Realm Warp in, zones Yursan away. This inhibitor turret will fall, and he's called the Forge Godding. He'll be interrupted by Cody Sun, nailing him to the ground, but that's okay. It's a cooldown wasted as the inhibitors melt. Haunter steps forward. He needs to save this Nexus, and he can't do it. Niles is eating a lot of damage, but Haunter is already dead, and they're chasing him into the fountain. As TSM controlled this game early, and Golden Guardians just held the game at pause, at stasis, until they came online, at which point we go 1-0 up in the series.
And I love the way that GG played out the rest of the game. This was their game plan from the start. There were a few things that didn't go their way early, but they were able to turtle. They were able to seed the right objectives, able to get farm on their carries, get those 2 tier items completed before that 4th dragon, and from there, it was all Golden Guardians as they had outscaled at that point. TSM weren't able to punish hard enough and end up falling for it as Golden Guardians. 40 minutes may not look the cleanest on the scoreboard, but hey, the second 20 minutes I'd say was rather decently played from them as they mitigated risk and made sure that game was theirs.
I was just incredibly impressed by what happened for Golden Guardians after that 20-minute mark. I do think if you're TSM, you have to be asking questions about the Golden Guardians of the first 20 minutes. Saying, well, how can we get them back? How can we interrupt the play such that we are able to take advantage of those kinds of like macro mistakes, some team play mistakes? Is they vanished as soon as it felt like Golden Guardians were behind, and they said, okay, we've got to focus in, and they became a much stronger team.
I mean, it helps when you got Verizon Ezreal, but yeah, I do appreciate the fact that I think the biggest decision in that game from Golden Guardians was quite honestly dropping that 3rd dragon. That's a risky choice to make as a team, but they did it cleanly. They traded waves on Yunbi, which doesn't sound like a good trade, but when you have that scaling, those are sometimes the decisions that you have to make to get to the right game state. We're able to do that.
And that kill that put them back into the game where they catch Cody Sun in the middle of the map and spend all of their ultimates to kill Cody Sun and then disengage. Like, that's incredible team play. It's really good shot calling to recognize that's the ticket back into the game. It's really good in-fight communication to coordinate all of that. And it just builds one good fight there, and then they follow it up with one of the cleanest team fights we've seen today, which is high praise, and win the game from there on out. It's never difficult again.
Talking with Rosethorn before, he's like, I feel like we can win in the mid game. I feel like that's where we have the advantage in that game. I think they made the right decisions in the mid game to get them in the right game state, to hit the late game, hit the stride of their composition. And I don't know what else to say, man. Niles Ornn 8-0, not bad.
Not bad at all, as Niles' Ornn remains undefeated. We'll go to a break and we'll come back with game number 2 in this best-of-3 series. The lower bracket and elimination match continues after this. You're watching League of Legends, specifically the League of Legends Proving Grounds, powered by Verizon. My name's TJ, joined by Cubby, just in case anyone was wondering.
Thomas TJ James?
Correct. Matthew Cubby Samuelson.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize we were going there. As get some cinematic replays of what happened in the last one, and if you did miss out on the last game, you missed out on Golden Guardians like putting TSM to sleep, scaling. I don't know. It was something like that.
It was brutal, is what it was. Here's how it started. You might be hearing what Cubby's saying, but also seeing on screen what's happening and being like, how did TSM lose this? It starts real rough for Rosethorn. You see his soul leave his body. But immediately after this, well, like 15 minutes after this, Golden Guardians start turning the game around. This is the very last thing they give over. And from an extremely disadvantaged state, it was like 10k gold deficit at this point.
It's not quite 10k. It was like 2, 3k. Always in favor of TSM.
Don't fact check me, Cubby. Never again, all right?
We're saying absurd things. I had. But this is where things get turned around, DJ.
Yeah, we turn things back around. From like a 100k gold deficit, Golden Guardians step up here in the middle of the map and find Cody-san just all alone.
A lot of R's pressed, but well worth it as they kill Cody-san. And importantly enough, got the flash. And after this, I think Golden Guardians made a nice call at that 4th dragon. They found a chunk onto a member that didn't have TP. They traded health bars evenly, but then got the base of TP back, and they were able to get that dragon. And TSM weren't able to find any footing after that as the Rise, the Ezreal, they did indeed scale as Yoonbi played some Farm Simulator that game and ended up hitting really hard at the end.
Let me tell you, Cubby, I'm so excited to see this fight again. I was really worried.
We're complete.
That's good. Temporal pincer maneuver has been executed. As Golden Guardians tied up their late game and just dominated from here on out. This was, I think, a really weird game because Golden Guardians were making, frankly, silly mistakes during the early game that reminded me of an older Golden Guardians Academy, a Golden Guardians Academy that once struggled in the group stage of Cup. So to see them do all of that, look kind of bad, frankly, and then turn on a switch and say, okay, we're screwing around, but we're behind now. We're at a 200k gold deficit. Let's just bring this game back in control. Was really impressive, but also, I don't know, something to worry about if you're a Golden Guardians fan, because, frankly, the mistakes of the early game shouldn't have happened.
If I'm a Golden Guardians fan after that one, I'm pretty happy with how we we're able to scale it out. But also, like, the early game, it is something that would be talked about afterwards, right? Because they did make a few mistakes in terms of overextending, not respecting the strength that TSM did possess in the early game. But still, you're playing Ezreal Rise into a low damage, low range team composition, and Golden Guardians just super outscaled TSM. I think that the fact that they still recognize that win con and still did play to it is a good sign for Golden Guardians. And especially speaking with Rosethorn, he said, I feel like we're at best in the mid game. That's where we can win games. They did so here with some really good mid game decision making. So I think there are some nice golden nuggets to take away for Golden Guardians. On the side of TSM, I think that their early game plan, like the plays they were able to find, what Hyper was doing was all good. They just missed out on the part where they super snowballed the game, where they didn't really get the death ball off. Golden Guardians did not allow it, and that's really what hurt TSM in the end.
Yeah, it was that mid game, right? I want to emphasize, when I say there's worrying signs for Golden Guardians, I entirely mean during the early game, because once you get past that point, it's an incredibly impressive performance from Golden Guardians. That mid-game fight where they do exactly what you were just talking about, shut down TSM, is one of the sickest fights I've seen today, and we've seen a lot of really cool fights today. The full 5-man target call onto Cody-san is insanely impressive. So, I don't know, how do we channel more of that Golden Guardians, I guess is my question.
Well, we're going to have to find out, as so far we do not have a swap of sides, and I don't expect to see a swap of draft on the side of Golden Guardians. That's going to be another first pick Lee Sin coming out from them. And now TSM going to have to find a way to respond. Last game, we saw Renekton and Varus being locked in here. This game, I think we're going to see a switch up, and that's the switch up right there. Going to change the texture of that jungle and mid lane matchup by taking away Yunbi's Rise and pairing that with his Xin Zhao.
So now that TSM has the Rise, there's a little bit less perma-scaling the Golden Guardians can threaten. And I would be curious, Cubby, can you still full pivot to the early game Golden Guardians we teased coming into game number 1?
You could LeBlanc it. It's a pick here that a lot of teams would go for. One that Yunbi can play, has opted not as high of a priority on the LeBlanc, and instead will in fact be the Syndra. So a mirror matchup of the last game. But
We're matching to the late game then from Golden Guardians, as they want to have answers in that mid-late to what Rise is going to threaten. But you
we'll
can't...
see. Yeah.
Sorry.
We'll see if they end up going for that, because they still do have some time. And what they're going for already is that Niles Gangplank, as this is his most played, his strongest champion. Something that, even after the changes, he's been pretty vocal about the fact that GP is still very good. It's going to be a different build, more of a crit build, but he's confident enough to blind this into Hauntzer. As Hauntzer does get his choice, his response going to be that Gnar. A very important pick for TSM, one that we saw give them a lot of success in UGP, and a pick that Hauntzer has been incredible on throughout his career, including this split where he's 5-1 on Gnar in 6 plays.
Do have the second ban phase coming up now. A little bit of a pivot towards late game with that GP as well, so Golden Guardians having options there, which is good to see after game number 1 where they needed those options. Still nothing, of course, seen down in the bottom lane, so TSM are going to ban away the threat from Newbie. Yursan, who had an incredible game last game on the Nautilus, I'm wondering if it's worth taking things away from him. We already see the Alistair removed. Golden Guardians do have the choice to ban away either at him or Cody-san, and they prioritize Cody-san, removing the Tristana instead of anything else.
The good news for TSM this time around is that I think one of the things their comp struggled with was it was very low range into an Ezreal. And they only had one main engage option in Yursan. That's already fixed. Xin Zhao, Gnar, they can be Bash Brothers, they can go in. Yursan's going to pick engage on top of that, as he always does. And it looks like they're taking away champs that are good into Leona, as that might be the pick for Yursan. Trying to once again get the dog pile going for TSM. And Golden Guardians are going to recognize that, will deny the Leona pick from going in. And this actually leaves TSM with a choice. Do they want to take their support now? That will be the case. It will be the Rel coming out for Yursan.
Yeah, Yursan plays an incredible Rel, so frankly, I'm a little worried for Prismal and Newbie with those pools reduced so much. You certainly don't want to be playing a Leona into a Rel, so this is going to be very interesting for Newbie.
They wanted to get crazy. They could go for something like Karma Ezreal, but I don't think that's enough engage. And so we're going to see instantly the Rakan taken, as Golden Guardians feel like they need more engage, even though it is a matchup that into Rel, Rel can cancel the Grand Entrance with a nice attract repel on the stun. So we're going to have to see if Yursan has the hands to do it. I'm sure he does. And now we're going to have to see, does Prismal end up opting for the Xayah? Would be blind, and that will be the choice for Golden Guardians. So Lovers Duo taken to the bot lane.
I will say I kind of like the TSM draft for the same reason I liked the Golden Guardians draft in game number 1. They've got a little bit more flexibility, a very defined front line. And
here.
You think it's Varus here? If it is Varus here, it would be a very defined back line as well, providing the majority of the damage between the Rise and whatever this AD carry is. As we see some options, it'll be a Jhin.
Jin's alright as well. The reason I like Jhin is range. And Golden Guardians, much how TSM struggled with range in the last game, I think that range into Xayah is something that's very powerful. You can keep her at a distance and keep her from getting in the mix of a fight, as TSM have a lot of team fighting tools here, especially with that Jhin now able to set things up for Hyper and Hauntzer in the later stages of the team fights.
Yeah, I think that whole draft exchange around the supports really broke towards TSM. Because they leave into that second phase with just a much stronger bottom lane in terms of reinforcing their composition's identity. You can use Yursan on the Rel to be a tanky frontline, to be an engaged frontline for what the Rise wants to do. Combos very well with Hauntser's Gnar, combos decently with Hyper on the Xin Zhao. Whereas over on Golden Guardians Academy, I'm looking at that Rakan and I'm not seeing kind of the front line that you frankly need to survive a mid-game against Rise and Jhin.
And it's a lot of pressure onto Rosethorn for this game, because not only does he have to go in and find the kicks and the engages, but also he has to go in just get Newbie in the mix for the fight, right?
Yeah.
Popping that quickness, And shielding the Lee Sin is a good way to get Rakan that bonus range to find that nice quickness and grand entrance combo that we always love to see. So, a lot for Golden Guardians to do, but the one thing that Golden Guardians can do very well is that they have great disengage in what TSM is throwing at them. GP, Syndra, Xayah, all can keep you at a distance. The thing I'm concerned about is that as the game goes on, Ryze can kind of break the side lanes, and Jhin will outrange what Golden Guardians has. But if they can navigate and find a way around that, get some picks. If this Xayah gets big and people get in range of Xayah, she can shred.
I like it. We both like TSM Academy going into game number 2. And that means we might have a 3-game series on our hands as we head into things.
And
got lied to. Remember last game when I was like,
it was so clean.
I trust our producer. I'm just going to
full
full
send.
send.
That I lost connection. That's how clean the last game.
Let's talk about this draft then a little bit longer as we do talk about Prismo and Newbie here. Because you were very harsh on the kind of Xayah range into this composition. I'm going to be even harsher. I don't see how you teamfight with a Xayah into a Rel Jhin Ryze.
Yeah, so the Xayah into Nars and Zao, that makes a lot of sense, right? Xayah is great in any champion that has to jump into you, because further back those feathers are, the more feathers you have, the bigger the rip is, and you have to walk into a team fight for that. But in the Ryze Jhin, it is difficult. Now, Prismal, he will have Exhaust on Newbie, should be opting for Gale Force most likely as well to kind of change the way that rip moves too. And I think the big key is if Golden Guardians just need to stay disciplined. They need to really utilize the Gangplank and the Syndra to create the space with the slows and the stuns, and buy the space for Prismal to get in range of those frontline champions and kind of go one by one. So I think that, much like last game, Golden Guardian is going to have to show a little bit more discipline and avoid getting picked off by the Ryze and the Jhin. And that is something that Syndra is always great at, is just facilitating fights, facilitating other people to do damage. She always brings a lot of zone control, so it's going to be a lot on Yunbi to try and open up that space for Prismal, get the damage done.
All right, ready? Take 2. As it's time to head into game between Golden Guardians and TSM Academy. Yeah!
It's clean,
Thank you very
baby.
much, Producer Pine.
Just here to help with all of TJ's fun and shenanigans, as, like I said, just along for the ride. Just along for the ride.
Producer Pine says in our ears, she was very tempted to just let me hang there for a bit.
Well, you know, 3's a charm, not only in books, but also in
I
comics.
would have let you try. If it hadn't worked for me, I would have let you try, Cuppy.
Well, that said, we're going to have to dive into this one, and I think all eyes early. Actually, go to the top lane for me, TJ, as this is the new Gangplank. You can tell Niall's not running Grasp in this matchup. It is 11-1-7. And some changes to GP and how Grasp interacts with that champion. And Niall's convinced that even the buffs that GP saw on the live patch didn't need him. That GP is still strong enough to function in the top lane, and Niall's being one of the better GP players that we have on the server. And have to see if he can make his champion look good with the changes.
How do you feel about Gangplank's facial hair? You've been growing a mustache recently.
It's way cooler than mine. Kind of jealous.
A good check. Thank you very much to our observers for getting us up close so that we could give Cubby that little bit of envy. I do want to talk about the early game here, because I feel as though it is TSM's, or Golden Guardians' one chance to really have an engage on the map. You still will obviously have that Rakan, have that Lee Sin going into the late game, but if they don't find momentum, it's going to be really scary for those champions who are lightweight, hard-engaged characters to jump into the TSM roster.
Rosethorn has to be surgical on this Lee Sin is pretty much what the group consensus is here, TJ. As a lot of weight's going to be on his shoulders on the Lee Sin, and a little bit more difficult to apply with this game, as a lot of tools on the side of TSM to try and cancel those insect combos we've been seeing all day, as Gerson on the Rel can make things difficult, Takeover has the root, you have Hyper with the knockup, Meganar can also prove to be problems, as see if Rosethorn is up to the task as this first pick we send. Keep in mind, also a deny over from Hyper, who is and was known for his Lee Sin play when he was coming up in the system.
Stun found, Rosethorn in trouble. Takeover will flash away from it.
Wait.
Very good reflexes.
Did that Q hit the minion that Yunbi threw? Because that's tragic if that's the case.
That...
I think that's what just happened. That's actually really tragic on the side of Golden Guardians.
My eyes don't work fast enough. Takeover did, it feels like, time the flash pretty perfectly to avoid Rosethorn's damage.
That could have been it as well. But I saw the minion like walking out with like low HP. I was like, oh my god, no way. Like, anyway, maybe my eyes are just too old for TJ, as Rosethorn is still going to use that to actually take away the Krugs from Xin Zhao instead of going for his own. So, nice choice coming in from him, and see if that pays off as Prismal.
Wow. Prismal, 1 HP and burning, but he will survive. Cody Sun eats a turret shot for the pleasure of that. Yursan's considering re-engaging after the mount up. Hi, Rosethorn.
Didn't want to die to Xin Zhao, who was going to contest the camp. So he was going to take fast track back to base. Honestly, it's not too bad. As I also do want to credit Prismal. Was burning from Yursan's Ignite, but did use Cleanse to drop the Ignite. So that's actually what ended up saving him in that bot lane skirmish. Is good play coming out from a former Academy champion.
Man, I was thinking about it, and the respawn time is like 5 seconds on Rosethorn at that point. Isn't it just a quicker back because you don't have to channel?
Yeah, pretty much. It's like same time equivalent.
People should... I have to be careful with my wording. People should walk into turrets more often.
Think about doing this strategically more often.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Yunbi's in trouble.
Engage from Hyper, Root will be found. Yunbi. First blood over to TSM is Hyper. Is just able to walk up behind Yunbi in the mid lane. He still had flash, didn't get a chance to use him.
Very aggressive going for that scatter of the week.
Get another look at this.
Yeah, I actually want to see if this caught the minion or not. As this was close, because he throws the minion at takeover.
Oh my god! Cubby! He's got his arms raised in victory for those at home, as Cubby, your eyes are so good.
That's a big dub. We're taking that one home. That's good work. All right, TJ, you're on your own for the rest of the night. See ya.
He's walked out of camera frame. I'm not sure what to do with this. Thank you very much for the production replay. That was incredible. I'm in awe of how tragic that is. Shakespearean, as Yunbi could have had first blood if that had gone slightly differently, if the execute had landed.
Oh boy, speaking of more blood, Rosethorn in trouble.
Stunned up, Yursan roaming up alongside Hyper, and now in trouble. There's nothing left in Yursan's kit for a couple of seconds, and Hyper's going to get focused down by 3 players. Hyper is dead. Rosethorn equally low. Takeover finds the kill, but now he must disengage. The Realm Warp will do it. Takeover gets away. It's 2 for 1, though. Rosethorn dying in exchange for both Hyper and Yursan.
Worth trade from Rosethorn as he realized that his bot lane was going to be there. TSM's was not, as they try and take the crab, but I think Cody Sun's got a 4th shot.
Yeah, Takeover baiting for it. Excellent block from Newbie. Keeping that Rift Scuttler alive. And it will go over to Golden Guardians.
Newbie taking one for the environment there. Saving the Scuttle.
I like it. Kind of the fly quest thing, but I respect branching out a bit. Rosethorn in huge trouble here, but Hyper, you know, there's nothing left in their kit, so you can just engage freely.
Yeah, and I do want to credit Rosethorn for that preemptive flash. That's really what opened up the window for this play to be made, and I think important that the carries do end up walking out with kill, as Unity was able to pick up 1, and now we have a contest.
Good engage from Yursan in this split fight, but Hyper's already dead, and that means this Rift Herald's almost inaccessible, or Drake, sorry. TSM have to play away from said Drake, as Prismal and Rosethorn, despite a brief reset, will be able to take it for Golden Guardians.
And Prismal pulled it, so they don't have to restart this. This is really good for Rosethorn, and just go straight back to feasting upon those camps. As TSM, it feels like the last game, they had a good early game. It was controlled. They were able to take the right steps to get things ahead. But this time, things have gotten a little bit sloppy, and things are going in favor of Golden Guardians and a little bit of the chaos.
You know, this fight, really good engage from Yursan, but Hyper is just taking so much damage from the Drake. By the fight begins, he's already at half. Ubi just isolates him, knocks him up. He has nowhere to go. He freaks out because there's pressure from one side, dashes into the Drake. It's a very easy shutdown, and there's Prismal. Just managing this Drake, having a little heart-to-heart.
Just AFKs is like, my rotation made that kill happen. Takes a sip of water, just firing upon the dragon.
Right-click on the dragon, walk away, do some stretches.
That's what I just did. Celebrate the dub. As, despite the early blood going over early, I will say that I think TSM, 2 kills on takeover, that's still rather nice.
Haunter versus Niles. Niles will survive, and with a decent amount of HP.
Gold priority for TSM, not bad. 2 kills being on Newbie. That's a little bit unfortunate for the side of Golden Guardians. They'll still take those, but not on the carry. These are on a carry. Oh,
Rose Thorn does not get the steal.
Oh, that's so close. But can they get the eye? Can TSM actually do this?
I don't think so. Newbie and Golden Guardians have completely zoned TSM off of the Rift Herald. What an excellent play by the Golden Guardians.
Rosethorn, the ultimate tempo cheater. Walks in, steals the dragon, walks in, denies the Rift Herald eye. So he's just trying to be a thorn in the side of TSM.
A Rose Thorn.
That was too, I had to do it. It was too easy.
Yeah, I got it. I was
Sorry.
there for you. I was worried that someone in our audience might not get it, so I clarified it for them as well.
It made it so much worse, but I appreciate it.
That's what I'm here for, Cubby. Everyone plays defensive across the map, TSM resetting after a bit of a tragic time. They didn't lose anything, you know, negative, but they certainly waste some time there. The gold dead even here, 10 minutes into game, with a minor lead to Golden Guardians. And Golden Guardians do have decent scaling here between the GP and Syndra. I think they activate a little bit earlier through the Syndra and Xayah. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, this is a window that Golden Guardians, once again in the mid-game, I think Syndra, the 1-2 item spikes can be very key in trying to shut down and really create some plays for Golden Guardians to get ahead in this game. Because as time goes on, I'm still not... I'd rather have the team with Jhin and Ryze on it as time goes on. That's where we're at. Even if it is a Gangplank versus an R, Haunter should be able to keep up. But well, I think that Golden Guardians, it's going to be a change of pace this game. Because they have to start to find ways to push the tempo.
I'm not a Jhin gamer, you know. Don't get me wrong, I love his whole vibe, his aesthetic is great. But normally, Jhin just auto-attacks into a tank and has a bad time. Here's the thing, though. Golden Guardians do not have someone beefy to act as the front line. So those curtain calls in the late game are going to be absolutely devastating.
Let's see if Cody Sun goes for a collector. We talked about tempo. Here comes a play.
That's clean. Here's the curtain call. It's going to miss 2 shots. Prismal will be tagged by the 3rd and forced to use his ultimate to disengage. The turret is safe. Nobody dies for TSM on a very aggressive Golden Guardians engage.
Really good defense coming out from Yursan, though, as he was able to deter the play, force Newbie to take too many turret shots for his own good, who has to actually flash out of there. And it is a teleport invested, so this might mean that Golden Guardians can posture a little bit more aggressively around the second dragon, but at least TSM are able to get out of the play unscathed.
Yursan very consistently lands his Attractor Repel onto one target, and then Pheromancy crashes onto a second target. And it's incredibly impressive, because it gets him, like, just 50% more stuns out of his kit.
Your son's Rel was piloted in the first series going up against 100, as that was the one that managed to find the win. A rather impressive game he was able to put together. 100 Academy. I guess I do have to clarify, because we do have both.
Welcome to the future, coming.
Yeah.
We got Next, we got Academy.
What's next?
100 next.
Okay. No 4 teams yet.
No. 100
Second Dragon,
high
though.
school in the future.
Second Dragon on the Rift, and TSM. Seems like they want this one as well. Niles is basing, does have Cannon Barrage, and almost has TP back up, so I'm curious to see if Golden Guardians can stall this out, but it looks like they're behind on the play.
That's just going to be picked up. Very easy Drake pickup for TSM, and it's an Ocean, so pretty solid gain. We're going to go to a Mountain Rift here, if you're curious. Hope you like some rock climbing.
Deep breaths here, TJ, as
I'm
action.
always taking them.
Yeah, no action here. It seems like we have had both bot lane shift into mid. Like this for the side of TSM, as Cody-san can be a playmaker with that ultimate. And the good news is, for at least the side of Golden Guardians, Niles has done a pretty decent job in this lane. This lane has changed a bit. GP's laning not quite as dominant because you can't abuse Grasp and Parlay, especially around level 1. And you have to change up the build. So as you can see, no Divine Sunder coming out for Niles. He's going to go for the crit build, most likely Essence Reaver into Immortal Shield Bow. Trying to be, put the bang back in bang plank. As you can't stack barrels.
Cubby, I did not like that. I'm not going to lie to you. Here's the play. Hunts are in trouble. Will be just carried in the bounce house. A very easy kill for Rosethorn. I will ask you a follow-up question, though, even though you kind of... Oh, maybe I will. You'd be in trouble. Magnet Storm as well. That's an instant answer. Love that for TSM. They find the trade on the opposite side of the map. So here's my follow-up question. At what point does this build kind of come online for Niles? When do you start worrying about the gangplank?
2 items. Once you're able to start getting that crit going, and once you get around level 13, where you can start stacking those barrels again, that's where he gets very dangerous, as he's trying to pout out of this one. Newbie's here.
TP in to back up Hyper. Rosethorn rotating in as well. This teleport's real scary. Hanser hops right out. Will get to safety, and he's interested in turning the tables. 4 players now here for Golden Guardians. TSM shove wholeheartedly through the bottom lane, through the mid lane. Going to be able to crash waves against both towers as the top turret does go to Golden Guardians. The first turret break of the game was TSM's, that down bottom.
And I'd much rather take the TSM side of this trade. I know that they're still behind on the Rift. Second Rift throw going over to Golden Guardians does help, but gold into Takeover's Rise. Very important in this game, TJ, as rushing to that 2-item spike, that's going to give TSM a lot more strength on the map, strength on the Rift. Now, where that changes is if Golden Guardians can use the second Herald to try and take down that mid lane turret. I think opening things up at this point, very important to try and pressure, especially around the next few dragons, but much like the last game, Golden Guardians, it feels like they have to push tempo a little bit early. They haven't been able to do so at the same rate that I think they would usually like to. And so TSM has been doing a decent job of answering across the map, getting gold in the right places. Rise being fed is scary.
Yeah, Rise being fed is terrifying, especially, again, given that they don't have a frontline who can eat a full Rise combo. Right? If Newbie goes in and gets tagged by the Rune Prison, the team fight is just over. They have no more engage.
Squishy comp, Golden Guardians to try and navigate as Yurson looking at Newbie.
Curtain call. Yursan does not find the tank. He'll be here for vision, a moving ward. Newbie dances out of the fight. Curtain call spent. Magnet Storm spent. Golden Guardians have an interest in this team fight, but don't take it.
Chickens. Chickens go over to TSM. It's all worth.
2 ults. Chickens in return. Now that's a good trade, says Cubby.
And they're sticking around as they're trying to find Rosethorn, who... Hyper, here we go.
Over the wall, Yursan springs the trap. Rosethorn hops onto Niles' shoulders and will be able to dash to safety, but Niles is being focused down. CP across the map. Cancelled by Hunter. He's just deleted. That's going to be a kill over to TSM as they grab Yunbi. Wow. And find themselves a massive advantage on the map.
That TP from Yunbi, I don't know if he casted it in the face of Hanser or if Hanser was hiding in a brush, but Hanser getting a free kill on the menu there. And also Hyper was able to get out of that fight as well. So TSM, that trap in the bot lane jungle, or bot side jungle, I should say, of Golden Guardians Academy, it pays off. They managed to pick up a body and also pick up the top lane turret too before this dragon getting more gold onto Gnar. He's rushing towards that Sterix. Monster will be a problem in these teamfights.
The trap down bottom was actually a trap up top. Let's take a look at how that was set up. If Yunbi just backs, it's a mistake.
Oh. So he's trying to get out of vision from Hanser, but yeah,
Hanser
his
knows
camera
what's
was just
happening.
pan bot. So, disrespectful.
It's really good communication. It is disrespectful from Yunbi. You can see that Hotzer knows what's about to happen. He's moving forward very aggressively. He knows that there's going to be a TP. I love it.
Yeah. The response here from Golden Guardians. That dragon had spawned. We were talking about the contest. Golden Guardians opting to not contest. They want more gold on their members. So, frothing the second Rift Herald in the top lane, trying to take this top inner turret for themselves, but they come up short.
More like Rift Daryl. Because he didn't do anything, Cubby. Do you know a Daryl who gets things done?
I don't know anything.
Exactly. 2 turrets do fall across the map here. That top turret on a sliver HP, but technically alive, I suppose. And the mid turret will go down. So TSM lose 1 turret's worth of gold. The second turret is just a couple of auto attacks away in exchange for their second Drake of the game.
And for the side of Golden Guardians, much like last game, TSM had a slight early game lead. They weren't able to push it hard enough against the scaling competition. This time around, Golden Guardians, they've been getting pushed around a little bit by the side of TSM. And I have to credit Yurson quite a bit for his rel play. It feels like he's hovering the right spot in the right time and getting the answers on the correct sides of the map, because guess who's fed? Takeover on the rise. You can break game in the side lane as Rothorn.
Magnet Storm deployed. Yursan goes hard in, and Niles is down to half HP as Hyper tries to re-engage. Niles turns the tables. That is a massive cannon barrage, slowing down the entire team fight, and Takeover can't step up because of it. Hyper tries to return the favor. Curtain Call thrown from the side of the fight, chipping away at Prismal and Nubi. And here's the TP. This is big. Hotzer out of the TP into the Super Slam, and nobody's left for Golden Guardians. They've just got to run. Niles and Nubi are both dead, and Hotzer, Cody's son, they chase down across the map. Cody's son pursuing behind the turret to finish up the kill onto Prismo. TSM blow this game wide open.
And part of this play is also the fact that Yunbi doesn't have TP. He burned it in the last play that was attempted by the side of Golden Guardian, so Hotzer knows he gets the TP with impunity without an answer coming out from the opponent. Does so. Guess what? He's also Mega, so he breaks the fight, breaks things open for the side of TSM. And TSM find their footing back in this game as they try and push this 1-3.
Niles and Rosethorn, this like really harassing duo, stole this fight out. They're playing it so well. And then one by one, like a horror movie, they realize they're outnumbered. First is the curtain call, then it's the TP. And oh, what a TP it is.
That is a pretty terrifying horror movie when you have Hotzer TPing in a brush behind you in Mega. And is able to connect with that Mega Gnar just in time. Even gets Prismal's Flash as a bonus gift.
Flash dash, woo!
Flash dash pop. It's Cody's son showing that Jhin pick was worth it. He is going for that Collector second, as I suspected. So looking to pop the squishy team of Golden Guardians. As that's a big loss for them. They're now down 1K. We like the scaling on the side of TSM. And keep in mind, Takeover, he's the one that breaks this game. Can side lane with impunity. No one to stop him on the side of Golden Guardians.
And TSM have now reached a game state that's very hard for Golden Guardians to play into, like you're talking about. They're in the point of the game where Cody's son is a real threat to anyone on the other side. Next flash here. So, Golden Guardians, in order to engineer a positive team fight, I think need to start it with a pick-off from Rosethorn. Need to play around Niles. And the only way to do that is to have such engage that there's no access to Niles in these fights.
They've got to catch him out. They have to do something with vision, and that's so difficult against this TSM roster because with the experience of people like Hotzer, people like Cody's son, this team, in the later stages of the game, will not give many windows to be caught out. And they haven't given any yet, not since about the 15-minute mark. It's been all TSM since then.
TSM will reset rather than force this Baron. This game, of course, only gets better for them, so there's no need for them to do anything aggressive or risky. They'll play instead around the Drake, or 54 seconds away from the next Mountain Drake.
Drake for the red side. It'd be nice to set off with a Jhin and a Ryze, as Kodi-san is seeding this wave, but knows that his team is on reset. As TSM getting back out onto the map, trying to make a big impact, take over. Finishing up that third item, Zanya's Hourglass too. Now gets to a little bit more empowered to try and step up, try and make a play. Really going to be difficult now for Newbie. On the side of Golden Guardians, try and pop him before that Zanya's goes off.
Rosethorn, Niles walking up the mid lane. I raised that with an excited tone of voice because it looked like Hyper was going to do something. I was wrong about that fact.
TSM going to take terrain in the bot side of the river, as they're going to try and use Haunter on the Gnar to get around them with Mega, but Mega Gnar's down. He popped it early, clearing out that wave, getting the push for the side of TSM, so this is a window that Golden Guardians can try and force if they want to.
They have vision advantage. Hyper and Yursan on a long flank here. Drake being kind of jeweled for. Yursan is spotted. He'll dance away. Separated. This is a very split team fight. And Hyper's called out. He's got to be the focus. If Golden Guardians can burn him down, there's no jungler. They don't finish the kill. Instead, TSM kite the Drake out from the pit. Rosethorn steps up, challenging for the smite battle. He leaps in. Rosethorn manages to get the Drake, but here's the curtain call for the back of the fight. Absolutely slaughtering Golden Guardians, and there's nothing to be done. Yunbi will turn the tables with a nicely timed ultimate, taking out Hyper and Yursan, but there's nothing you can do in the face of all of that damage from Kodi-san, from Haunter, and yes, from Takeover, as TSM win the fight but lose the dragon.
And it's the 4-man engage from Yursan as Haunter.
In trouble here. Niles completes the kill. That's an even trade now. Golden Guardians come out on top.
Okay. That's it's a nice pickup there for Niles in the back half, as Haunter overstaying for that red buff. I do want to bring the focus back, though, to the original team fight that TSM wins, because Golden Guardians put so many resources in forcing out Yursan, making sure that that flank engage doesn't happen, and guess what? Yursan finds it anyway. This engage over the Dragon Wall was beautiful as he hit a 4-man Rel combo.
God, he's so good.
Oh, and that's what wins TSM the fight. It's so difficult for them to navigate it from there, and it's good damage coming out from Prismal, from Niles. And Yunbi even able to pick up Hyper on the back half here. It's a nice bonus, but when you get a 4-man engage like that, it's so incredibly difficult to recover from the fight, especially when you have a squishy team. And Golden Guardians, the only reason they're able to recover is a mistake from Haunter just overstaying for the red buff.
He does get the red buff. Briefly.
Well, wow, yeah. Wow.
Briefly, Covey, for a moment.
There was an
Takes it
amendment.
a little bit. Gives it a lick.
Now, also importantly, Golden Guardians actually did steal away that dragon. So that does stop the soul stacking from TSM. We didn't cover that, but pretty much an even fight. Summoners are down. Want to see if either team can try and push the tempo, try and make a play. And keep in mind, TSM, they do not have to make a play at this point, as they have Ryze in the side lane. You can see Takeover consistently pushing out the bot lane in this case, just making sure that a member of Golden Guardians is spotted on their side of the map. This would enable TSM to make any play they want to try and force out a TP, force out an ultimate from Niles. And I think that's going to be the goal, the next step from TSM, to start bleeding out those skills that might check Baron, that might make map plays, as TSM try and use the advantage they have at the moment to do that.
TSM also at the end of that whole exchange did take the mid turret. Hyper in trouble here. Rosethorn in. Good inset. Hyper in real trouble. He'll flash away and survive. Yursan saves the day with another excellent magnet storm. The curtain call does find Newbie, but that is the only pick going over. So 1 for 1. Support for support. Off the back of a very good engage. Now TSM want to look for more. They're going to push down the middle of the map. Hyper looking for a flank. Niles steps up to challenge him, confident in his dueling prowess, and he's right. But the turret falls in trade.
Not quite calculating the shield bow there, but oh my goodness, Yursan. These counter engages coming out from the support of TSM. I know we opened up this broadcast with kind of referencing the emotional post that Yursan made about how this could possibly be his last games in NA. He doesn't want to go anywhere quite soon, as another humongous Rel combo enables TSM to turn this fight and take a member advantages. We got to go back to live, because apparently Golden Guardians off the back of that reset, they've started Baron, they're going to take it.
I love this risk. They're burning it. Yursan knows.
How'd this happen?
Golden Guardians will take the Baron, and they'll get away with it as well. As TSM take a little bit too long on their reset, and Golden Guardians take the risk, the Hail Mary, try and get their way back into the game to try to close this game before it becomes too late.
It's the pick on Hyper, and this is a tough state now for TSM because with this Baron, it's a crit Gangplank. We keep on talking about the scaling of the Rise, but now Gangplank in his team fights, Niles is one barrel combo away from breaking this game, breaking the backs of TSM, and all the hard work they've put in to crawl back into this one with good mid-game finds with flanks from Yurson. They have to be very careful about how they navigate around this Baron, because this is a window that Golden Guardians can try and take away the range advantage that TSM has in these fights by manipulating their sides with Baron buff.
30 seconds before this Drake, and we are, for the second time this game, as Takeover pulls a brief pause. Newbie in trouble, will go in, Newbie's gone, TSM find the kill, Yursan stuns up too, Rosethorn dead as well, surely Takeover has to flash for it, but he will convert. In the meantime, Hyper's focused down, Prismal gets the 1-for-1, but that is not good enough, as it's 3-1 in the team fight. TSM dominating, a risky challenge for the Drake.
Risky or not, that Rune Prison from Takeover was all he needed, as he had 2 stasis available, only needed access to 1. As he walks up, challenges the support, stymies the engage of Golden Guardians, and
Niles.
TSM. Oh, he went for the steal.
Niles in a 1v2 does drop the cannon barrage, does not manage to steal away that Drake. Wow. We are, for the second time, at the brink of a Game 3. TSM may be able to do what our other series couldn't and take us all the way. Off the back of this, a catch onto Newbie.
So this is a little awkward, because I think that Newbie's like, I think Takeover's PC died, and then there's a pause. We get back out of the pause, Takeover turns and fights, and then one-shots Newbie. As he ends up going down, and Takeover just ripping through this fight on Rise. My goodness. Also, props to Cody-san, landing that shot and guessing the gale force of Prismal on that shot there by Jin. Nice mechanics coming out of him, as Cody-san has quietly had a nice game, just controlling these fights, and now at the point with Jin where he has enough crit, and with that rapid-fire cannon, can always threaten that empowered auto-attack range, combined with a deadly flourish to try and catch out another pushy member of Golden Guardians.
Yursan over the wall, looking for an angle to get in. Golden Guardians. The Baron buff's expiring. Oh my god, but Niles is doing that.
That's what I was talking about with the Gangplank. Has that Infinity Edge, that empowered crit. This is, as I was saying earlier, the Gangplank, right? Those crits are big with the barrels when they connect.
Still don't like it.
But when you hit the barrels, it's a big boom.
Sure. You could go boom plank. I would take that. That would be alright, Covey. It's the combination of the mustache and the words coming out of your mouth.
In a previous
mustache.
life, it was acceptable. Not anymore.
Yeah, it undermines your ability to be cheeky. I no longer give you the benefit of the doubt.
We have resets coming out from each of these teams, as we actually have what seems to be a rarity today in these games, a little bit of a lull in the game, as we have monster objectives 2 minutes away from spawning. The elusive Mountain Soul looking to be obtained by TSM, but Baron will be on the table first for each of these teams. And any real estate that could be taken for Golden Guardians in the topside jungle could be lethal, as any Gangplank barrel does have the potential to change the tone of this game. And I think that's the only way that Golden Guardians can truly get back in this game. It's going to have to be off the back of Niles' Gangplank.
I mean, it's about CC chains at this point, right? You're looking at Newbie, you're looking at Yunbi.
Yeah.
Set up for Niles, and if they do, this game's winnable. But it needs to be just the perfect team fight.
It has to be like that, because the tools the TSM has at this point available to them, and also the strength of this Rise. Look at Takeover in that inventory. Double stasis and a death cap now completed. As you saw Yunbi play Farm Simulator last game and do what he did after he got level 16. It's like, I want to do that this game. And Takeover 6-0-3. He's doing a pretty good job of emulating that, as he's been a big part of TSM's Game 2 game plan. We'll now look to put the finishing touches on this one. As a minute away from Baron, we have TSM back out onto the map after they shove out this wave. Could threaten this topside river. They're going to try and keep Golden Guardians out of this real estate. You can already see Hyper, Yurson sitting on control wards, trying to prevent Golden Guardians from getting into this river, because holding this choke for them with the Jhin, with the Rise, is so powerful.
Hyper over the wall here. We'll take away the buff.
A little risky play there by Hyper, but he's got it. It's all figured
He's frisky, man.
Getting risky and frisky.
Yeah, risky and frisky. I like that, Covey.
Risky business.
I think that undoes what you were doing with the Gangplank. I think that kind of balances it out. TSM do have control of the river still as a result of the risky and frisky play. They're going to look to just lock down this Baron, I think, pretty much on spawn because of what they can do through the Rise. Because of how fast that take is. Golden Guardians need to throw, as we were talking about, a perfect Hail Mary teamfight into that.
And
here's the Baron.
Hanser is on a ward, but he's managing his Mega Bar beautifully, as he's just threatening the fact that he could go Mega any fight start. As, oh my goodness.
Hyper, half HP. Niles, all it takes is one barrel, and Vostorn engages, is stunned up, is dead. Oh. And there's no jungler on the map now for Golden Guardians. So TSM turn for the Baron.
I love how they're playing this, though. That's one blue trigger burned. Oh, here comes Yurson.
Magnet Storm denied! Yurson melted! Yurson destroyed! Beautiful unleashed power from Yunbi. And that does everything you need. Mega Nar is wasted.
They gonna threaten Baron? I think they're gonna try and threaten Baron to pull Golden Guardians away from the Dragon, but Prismal, he's burning, he's calling the buff to the Tem because they have it blue tree of theirs. Now Yunbi is gonna be the one that tries to check it. He sees them starting it out. Now he's gonna burn this, but they at least deny Mountain Soul. Now can they deny Baron?
Cannon Barrage just cancels out the Baron.
Wow.
Golden Guardians stay in this game.
Golden Guardians somewhat got away with murder there. And I mean, props to Prismal. That's a gutsy call. And someone that has been a shot caller in past iterations of teams that he's been on, of this team as well. Making that call to stick the Dragon, saying they're not going to start Baron, and if they do, they can't burn it fast enough for us. And then getting zoned off by the zoning that Niles and Yunbi both bring to the table on their champions. That keeps Golden Guardians in the game. As Rose Thorn, okay, will not get followed in upon by Hyper, but EJ, at any turn of this game, whenever we feel like one of the teams starts taking control, the other one has something to say.
I mean, exactly what we were talking about. The perfect chain of CC came out. Yunbi into Niles' barrels. It was perfect, and it repairs losing Rose Thorn. Gives Golden Guardians an advantage, and I bet their Baron take is really scary fast as well.
I know that Golden Guardians were hyping up their mid game coming into this, but now they're going to need their late game. Just as good as mid game is, as they're going to be forced to start this Baron. They're going to try and pull the TP of Hanser. They know that Hanser's mini at the moment, so this is the window they can try and do it.
QB zoning. Niles,
yes,
this Baron take is very fast. Hyper over the wall. Control ward does have sight. Niles. Oh, it's too late. Golden Guardians take it. Hyper dives in. Yurson unable to find the engage he wants as this curtain call is mostly wasted on newbie. Hanser during this time, though, just trying the backdoor, chipping away. Will take this inhibitor. Golden Guardians get the Baron. They exchange it for an inhibitor.
That was so Takeover was trying to port Hyper in. Hyper got into the pit, didn't steal the Dragon, somehow ulted and lived throughout all of that.
Confusing stuff.
Yeah, as Hanser was sticking it, no TPs from him, just taking the side lane on his own. That's an inhibitor down, but overall I'd say a trade up for Golden Guardians is with this Baron buff, they can manage that super creep wave and also try and take more on the map as they have 4 members grouped up mid.
TSM need this win to stay in Proving Grounds. This is an elimination game. Golden Guardians, with one more win, knock TSM Academy out of the Proving Grounds this season. Keep their own hopes alive. TSM, of course, with a win here, extend the series to 3.
TSM with a 5th, 6th finish in PG Spring. Don't want to take a bottom 4 exit here, as they get a tough draw. Quadrant with 4 academy teams. One of them had the bottom 4. TSM fighting to stay alive, fighting to make sure that isn't them. As they're grouped up in the super wave, and they have Yurson snuck into this brush. Hyper, I believe, was spotted. Yunbi should check this.
He does. Hyper, red like a book. Good
Wow,
cannon
boy.
barrage. Oh, that's 2 kills! Hyper, your son! They're both dead! Niles digs a double kill out! And Golden Guardians can press onward. TSM now 3v5 to save this game. 38 minutes in, the inhibitor in the bottom lane will fall.
And Golden Guardians, we talked about this gangplank, how one barrel can change the tempo, the landscape of this game. Niles does just that as one barrel takes down 2 members at TSM, and now Haunter trying to be a pass down the side, but Golden Guardians, they went back to the wave. They're escorting it in. Shirelius is popped. Here we go.
12 seconds on Hyper, 5 on Yursan. First turret gone. Hanser looking for the side, doesn't have Megadar. Curtain Call is deployed. Hanser is focused down. Respawns do come out, take over. Hyper now back here. Yursan respawns as well. 5v4 for the game.
They got the Banshees off takeover. That's actually a pretty big item to take off of them, as we're going to have bases coming out from Yunbi to get mana back. He will TP on this wave, though. Golden Guardians, they want it now.
Pressure in from Golden Guardians. 32 seconds on Hanser's respawn. Nexus turret, 1 HP. It's gone, and so is your son. Niles just detonating this late game. Takeover, trying to turn the tables, trying to keep them in it. But Golden Guardians press forward, and Niles takes game number 2.
What a barrel from Niles. We were teasing it, that the fact that this gangplank, the changes they made, the fact that you get to stack up those barrels, this is the champion that Niles, one of them that he really made his name on, and that's why. 1 barrel. That's all it took for Golden Guardians to break the backs of TSM, break all the hard work that TSM put into this game, as TSM did look good in this game. They had control for the majority of it, but Golden Guardians, too tenacious at the end, calling the Baron buff to take that dragon, making the Baron play after Hyper died in the post-play of that fight. Golden Guardians making the correct calls to win these games, TJ, in clutch moments. They came up big.
Golden Guardians displaying a veteran shot calling that belays their age as a team. Incredible stuff when it matters. Time and time again.
Oh, man, and your heart, it's got to go out to your son. You know, he made that post today talking about how this could be his last game, how he doesn't know if it's going to be an NA after this, and plays his absolute heart out on the rel, making every play possible to try and keep TSM in this game. And to go down like that, being blown up by Cinder at the end of the game, that's tough. And of course, always sucks to say goodbye to our Academy and amateur teams, as I'm sure TSM Academy, unfortunately, their season does come to an end here. It was a valiant effort, and Yursan doing everything that he could in this one to keep his team in it, and to make the plays necessary for them to give him a good chance to win, which they did have.
What a performance from Golden Guardians on the flip side of that, though.
Yeah.
Just managing to dig this win out, despite their composition not favoring them. This is such a hard game to win. And Golden Guardians, despite everything, despite these team fights, which, as you can see, are just stacked against them, play through the one strength they have, Niles, in the late game, and manage to miraculously win this game, win this series 2-0.
That crit gangplank was, whoo, he was doing some deeps. As I mean, even this play, this engage from Yursan, TJ, just crazy. And Golden Guardians, like their ability, they found the flanker, they zoned him out. It just took too long on the play. Yes, Rosethorn does steal this, and that dragon was actually very critical being stolen, because TSM, they found another mountain dragon. That would have been Soul if Rosethorn doesn't steal this. And the fact that even Prismo gets out here too, this is Golden Guardians somewhat, once again, getting away with murder. That's how close this game was. It was just on the edge of either team from taking this, and at the end, Golden Guardians the one coming out on top. As TSM, these post plays, being greedy, this Haunter death cost them, and then also Hyper going down later. That cost Golden Guardians, or cost TSM, the Baron that went over to Golden Guardians, and that's what really started to get GG back in this game.
Your son, my god. Oof. He's finding these engages, but at a certain point, it stops mattering. Here's the Hyper reference you were talking about. Hyper dying here gives Golden Guardians the Baron they need to extend this game.
This was the critical one. And
it's Niles. It is Niles who finds this kill, who steps up, says, I am strong enough. You are undervaluing this build, my build, for Gangplank.
The new build.
And you're dead.
Yeah, these changes forcing that as even Takeover had a huge play here, just denying that engage, finding the kill. I do want to credit, after that play though, getting a kill on Hyper's one thing, but the guts to go for that Baron play, that Baron call, that was huge from the side of Golden Guardians. And they made a lot of late game decisions that put them in a spot where, I mean, it felt like they deserved to take this game. This one being it, oh boy. 13-04 on the Rel.
My God. It is horrifying to see. And it happens again here. Watch your San. Oh, we don't get the full replay. I feel baited. Your San just gets absolutely deleted. Horrifying stuff. We do have an interview coming up with Niles. And I'm very excited to hear what he has to say about the team. Hey, Niles. Welcome to the Verizon post-game interview. That was a nerve-wracking game. How are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just really happy that my team was able to clutch it out in the late game because obviously we were down in that game and it was really hard to play our comp. We fell behind, but I think we all stayed calm and composed and played around our win condition. And yeah, so I'm just proud of them.
And one thing that we were both incredibly impressed by during this series was your guys' team play and your guys' ability to make these really gutsy macro calls when you were up against the wire. Can you talk a little bit about what that process is like in your team, who's making those calls, how it's coming about?
Yeah, so I'd say that whenever there's some sort of standoff, especially in the late game between Dragon and Baron, there's soul tension versus Baron, right? You have to make decisions. I'm the main one calling the shots around that sort of stuff. Like, I'm thinking about when we took soul and they were on Baron. That was me and Prismal, especially because I saw that Xayah had no ulti. So even if I have TP, I don't want to be soloing the Dragon because Xayah has no ulti, so she can't actually contest them at the Nash, right? She's pretty useless. So I was like, Xayah to solo the Dragon, me and Jay, Yumdi, we'll get him off the Nash. So it's just like you just have to know what the enemy team can do, what sums are down, what you have, what tools you have to stop them, and then put that all together and make the calls, right? And especially another one when Xin Zhao entered under our tier 2, right? I was like, I have shield bow. This guy's trolling, right? So he ease in. I still have shield bow. It pops, and then immediately I'm calling Nash, right? Because jungler's dead, and if you look at their comp versus ours, right? If we are on an objective, how are they going to get us off it, right? The Rel has to jump in. The Ryze can't walk up to Syndra or Rakan, right? The Jin's not going to do anything. Jin's useless. So basically, when the jungler's dead, we can just burn the Nash, and they have no way to actually get us off it. Whereas we have ways to get them off it, right? GP barrels, Syndra stuns, all sort of stuff. So you start to think about how the comps play against each other and make a decision that way.
And those were the two big calls that helped you turn around the game, but there were also two big barrels that helped you win the game, as you were playing a tried and true champion for yourself in the Gangplank, but one that's recently seen some changes, even seeing buffs on the latest patch. But I don't think you needed any of those buffs that game, Niles. You want to talk a little bit about what it's like kind of when obviously a champion that you've played so much goes through some pretty drastic changes and kind of figuring out like how to make that work yet again and how you're making Gangplank work at the moment?
Yeah, so usually with Gangplank, level 13 is really important, but even more so now with the barrel changes, you don't have as dominant of a laning phase. So if you're not as good on GP to begin with, usually people would get away with Divine Sunderer and Q spamming with Grasp and just auto win lane that way. But with the new GP, usually you're going to go down in lane. You saw it this game. Like, if I was playing Grasp GP, I'd be able to really bully the Gnar, but I go down in CS in the lane because I'm just not strong enough in lane, right? But his scaling is just absolutely ridiculous. Like, I don't know if it showed, but when they're trying to siege our towers without Baron, I have 5 barrels, right? So I can triple barrel, clear the wave, and if they walk up again, I have more barrels to keep clearing waves. So the champion stalls out games incredibly well, and even pulling Nash versus GP is really difficult, right? So basically, I would just view him as like a stall champion, right? He's not as lane dominant, but if you can get to the late game team fights and you're confident in your barrels, he's so OP.
And we'll begin to wrap things up here, but I want to take a look ahead at the rest of the bracket. Golden Guardians have stayed alive in the lower bracket. You guys still have a tournament run ahead of you. I don't want to give you the classic question, how far do you think you're going to go? But let's say, is there anyone you're worried about?
Is there anyone that I'm worried about? I think Cloud9 Academy is pretty good. I'd say that Darshan is probably the top laner that I respect the most in Academy in terms of just overall play, laning phase, matchups. He understands the game really well. So me personally, I think Cloud9 is someone to look out for us. I know they dropped the lower bracket, but I mean, you just can't get Pancake Lord Orin, right? So, I think Cloud9 is who we're looking for. And besides that, I don't think there's any other top lanes in the tournament that will give me problems. So, yeah.
I like it. Confidence. Is there anyone you'd like to thank as we do wrap things up here?
Yeah, just thank all my supporters. I thank God for giving me the ability and the opportunity to do this, and all the people cheering for me. You know, I thank the haters for motivating me as well. I got a lot of those. So, the fans, God, family, all those people, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Niles, and congratulations on your win tonight.
Thank you.
And that'll just about close us out, Cubby. A truly impressive end to our second game of the day.
Yeah, both series, it felt like Game 2, both had the shot to go towards Game 3, but the team that ended up making the better mid to late game calls in the end, something that's tough to practice. You know, like a lot of practice for these teams in scrimming, it's about drilling those early games, drilling a lot of those, decision-making trees and what we're going to do with this comp. And sometimes we get to mid to late game, it just kind of becomes a fist fight. And we saw that happen in both Game 2s today. And it was really fun to hear Niles talk about that decision-making tree in the late game, right? Here's the call we're going to make and why. And having to think about that on the fly, like in 1, 2, 3 seconds, and like with how competitive these games are, Golden Guardians, they were the team that ended up doing that better, and that's the reason that we ended up talking with them after Game 2 instead of heading to a Game 3. So props to them. It was really cool to hear about, but also just kind of fun to see both teams kind of take the gloves off in Game 2, both games, and get after it.
Yeah. Just really astonishing series. We were given a real treat tonight. My name has been TJ, that's been Cubby. Thank you very much to our production, to Riot Games for, of course, putting on the tournament, and our players for giving us a great show. Thank you so much for watching. We are going to end the broadcast here, but it will be back this Tuesday, the 14th. If you'd like to tune in, you can catch it in the very same place. For now, have a great rest of your evening.